Good morning. I see by the screen that we are recording. Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Again, good morning. This is the second day of hearing of docket number 2550 involving the Vermont State Employees Association and the state of Vermont. As I recall, when last we were together, Mr. Howard was on and we are ready for cross-examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And someone has joined us for the state. Morning.
Morning, John Berard, Director of Labor Relations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Howard. And and before we start with Mr. Howard, a reminder that we have added exhibits 60 through 62, and those have been stipulated to between the parties. There is also an exhibit 63, and I don't know whether there's a stipulation regarding 63.
If as we understand, 62 is the hybrid work standard frequently asked questions document, then I think the parties would probably want to make a further stipulation about that document to explain it for the record. Exhibit 63, which I think is the most recent out-of-state employee guidance.
Yes.
Okay.
Can be, I believe, stipulated in without any further remarks. But could we have a moment to?
Sure.
Yeah, and we had transposed 62 and 63, so apologies. So 63 is the December 30th, 2025 hybrid work standard out-of-state guidance? Question mark?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then as relates to exhibit 62, which is the frequently asked questions document, the parties would draw to the board's attention that this document, as you see it here, has been updated and expanded over time. And so this is the current iteration, and it therefore would not necessarily reflect what any particular employee might have been seeing at any point along the way, because the answers were modified and changed along the way. But this is the current iteration of that document.
Agree.
All right. Great. So I want to take care of documents that have been transposed.
Yeah, so this is 63. So the hybrid work standard out-of-state employee guidance and procedures is 63. The frequently asked questions is 62. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
I'll set them.
Just to ensure that the board has copies of exhibit 63, which is the most recent out-of-state guidance, the parties can copy them for themselves, but we just want to make sure that the board has them.
They do have a copy.
Yes.
And I gave a copy to the parties? Correct? Question mark?
No,
Okay, I'm sorry. I will print that out. Okay, we'll
I
do it.
don't know that we need them to get on the record and keep moving, so
Okay,
All
I
right.
just-
we can do it from later.
all right.
And just to be clear, this 63, what you just referred to as 63, is noted at the bottom left, last updated 12/30/2025.
That's correct. An earlier version of that is already in the record as exhibit 22. And that is the version that was released, I believe, on October 3rd, 2025 in the weekly memorandum from Secretary Clutch.
So just want to make sure that Member Phelps has that, all of that, what the appropriate exhibit numbers are.
I do not, but I have reached out to Brett if he can email those over.
Okay. You guys start. He's okay. Oh, you
All
can
right.
start without me.
Yeah. All right, all of that being done, I think we're ready for Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, a reminder that you've been sworn in or still under oath.
Clarify, are we waiting for Judith?
No.
You know that? Okay,
It's for the cross-examination.
thank you. Again, I'm Wendy Chen for the state. And Mr. Howard, have you communicated with VSEA counsel about this case or your testimony since last Thursday afternoon when you testified?
No,
Okay, could you please turn to exhibit F as in Frank, in your exhibit binder? So you're familiar with the state's telework policy, policy 11.9, correct?
yes,
And the state and the VSEA did bargain for this policy. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And this policy 11.9 has been in effect for the state's executive branch since February 2012.
That's correct.
And telework policy 11.9, it provides that telework is a voluntary program that may be terminated by the employee or employer at any time with or without cause. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Could you please turn to exhibit 29 now? I believe you testified about this letter on Thursday. And I want to bring your attention to sort of the middle of the second paragraph. Starts, as I'm sure you know, the far majority of represented employees currently working from home are not doing so as a result of signed agreements under the 2012 telework policy. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Can you explain what the VSEA's basis for that statement is?
Yes. So when this letter was sent, our best understanding was that large numbers of our members had not were working remotely, but not without a signed telework agreement.
Is that still the VSEA's understanding, or has that changed since this letter was sent on October 24, 2025?
I think there have been many more attempts since to try to enter into some more formal process. But the process that was laid out is very different than what's in the telework policy.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Well, there's a whole series of exceptions and criteria for exceptions, and whether you're out of state or in state, the guidance seemed to change every email that came out from Secretary Clark's office.
So you're talking about in relation to the December 1, 2025 hybrid work standard?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So you're talking about the process related to the December 1, 2025 hybrid work
Yes.
standard initiative? So is it accurate that the union actually encouraged Governor Scott to require executive branch employees could telework to telework during the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency?
Yes,
And Governor Scott did in fact direct executive branch employees who could telework to telework during the COVID state of emergency?
Yes.
And is it accurate that during the state of emergency related to COVID, that the state did not require telework agreements for employees who wanted to telework, but that otherwise the 2012 telework policy was in effect?
It's true that the governor did not require telework agreements during the COVID pandemic. It was our understanding at the time of this letter that many people continued to work subsequently without those agreements.
And what was that understanding based on?
Based on interactions we had with our members, conversations we had with our members mostly.
Did the VSEA do a survey or anything of that nature, or was it just some conversations as you?
Mostly conversations.
And the COVID-19 state of emergency, that was lifted effective June 14, 2021. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And VSEA was aware that the state planned to transition back to full implementation of the telework policy number 11.99, which required telework agreements effective November 1, 2021. Is that right?
We were aware of some indication that that was the administration's intention, but we were not aware that that was actually happening.
Did the union become aware at some point that that was happening?
We became aware that there was a change in policy or a change in position. But we were also under the impression that many people continued to work under the same circumstances that they had throughout the pandemic and two floods, or at least one flood.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear what you said.
And at least one flood.
Okay. So I'm really trying to focus you a little bit on sort of the 2021 timeframe, not necessarily changing understanding and more information later on, but around the November 2021 timeframe, did the VSEA become aware that the state planned to fully implement telework policy 11.9 again?
Yes.
And is it accurate that as of November 1, the state's policy required executive branch employees to complete telework, to have approved telework forms in order to telework?
As far as I know, yes.
And then between June 14, 2021 and November 1, 2021, so June 14, 2021, when the state of emergency was lifted, and November 1, 2021, when the state re-implemented telework forms. During that period, the state did allow executive branch employees to continue teleworking without approved telework forms. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And could you turn to exhibit T as in Tom, please?
Oops. Okay. T, there it is.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
and just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. So it's an August 24, 2021 memo from Suzanne Young, the Secretary of Administration, to appointing authorities, elected officials, and state employees.
Yes.
Would you just turn to 0058, which is the third page of the same exhibit.
Oh, okay.
So at the top of this page, you see where it says training for supervisors and teleworkers.
Yes.
If you could just read that section to yourself for a moment. And so is it accurate to say that the state was requiring any executive branch state employee who wanted to telework, or any employee who was supervising anyone who was teleworking, had to take some training provided by the state in order to continue teleworking after November 1?
Objection. The document speaks for itself. I don't think the witness has demonstrated a foundation as for any other knowledge.
Well, let me ask it this way. I'll rephrase. So this says additional training for teleworkers and those who supervise teleworkers will be required and will be made available by September 10, 2021. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
And do you have any reason, strike that. I'll move on. And did the VSEA urge Governor Scott, this is in the November 2021 timeframe, to allow executive branch employees to continue teleworking as they had during the COVID state of emergency, even after November 1, 2021?
Don't recall.
Is there any document that might refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay. So I do have a document. It has not been marked or admitted yet, but I wanted to show the witness in order to refresh his recollection. And may I approach
Of course.
as best I can?
If you can
But can
get
you?
it, can you?
Hopefully I have enough.
Let's review it a moment before I get
Yes.
into the witness.
That's just fine. And if you could just take a look at that document and see if it refreshes your recollection. So I'll just ask again now, did the VSEA urge Governor Scott to allow executive branch employees to continue teleworking as they had during the COVID state of emergency after November 1, 2020?
Yes.
And so I'm not going to move to admit that document. So, Mr. Howard, you attended a May 4, 2023 House Committee on Corrections and Institutions meeting, right?
Correct.
And the Commissioner of the Department of Human Resources for the state of Vermont, Ben Vestigi, she gave a presentation at that meeting about telework.
Yes,
And as part of that presentation, when describing what is telework at the state of Vermont, she discussed that telework policy number 11.9, was in effect for all executive branch employees since 2012 during that meeting.
I believe so.
And were you present for her presentation?
I believe I was.
And did you speak to the committee after Ms. S, did you?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the committee that day, did you dispute that the state was operating under policy 11.9?
I did not. The information we had was that I did not.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to talk a little bit about the 2024 suspension of telework for some Economic Services Division employees with the Department for Children and Families. So you testified about that issue on Thursday. And I want to just make sure that I understand your testimony correctly.
Sure.
So ESD, which is Economic Services Division, Deputy Commissioner Miranda Gray emailed employees on October 18, 2024, that telework would be suspended for all employees working in district offices effective November 4, 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the state did, in fact, suspend telework for those district office ESD employees as of November 4, 2024.
Correct.
And on October 24, 2024, VSEA sent a written demand to the state to bargain over that telework suspension.
Yes.
And with that demand, VSEA also made a written request for the state to provide certain documents that were related to the state's rationale for that suspension.
Correct.
And on November 17, 2024, the state declined to bargain over that telework suspension.
Correct.
And the state explained its position that the parties had already bargained for the telework policy 11.9, which permitted the suspension.
That was their position. Yes.
And at that time, so I'm talking about sort of the November 2024 timeframe, VSEA understood that the state had a right to determine whether employees could telework.
Yes.
And you actually acknowledged to a reporter from the VT Digger that the state has the right to determine whether employees can work remotely in the first place.
I believe I said something like that. Yes.
Do you recall what you said to the reporter?
I believe I said that I thought, based on comments that I had read from Secretary Clark, that the issue would have to be bargained. Read an article from Secretary Clark where she stated that the issue was fully bargainable. And we were still operating under telework policy, which would have to be bargained if the administration wanted to change it. But we also had the flexible working arrangements statute, which the administration had to abide by.
So you told the reporter all of that?
I don't remember exactly what I spoke, the entire conversation I had with the reporter, but I know that's what I based my comments on.
But your comment was something to the effect of the state has a right to determine whether employees can work remotely in the first place.
Right, I misspoke.
did you take any steps to strike that? So I am going to ask you to look at what's been marked as exhibit HH. This is an exhibit that has not yet been admitted into evidence.
The union objects to any admission of the document. The document that is marked as exhibit HH is a newspaper report. Newspapers articles, unless they are contain accepted lists of things that newspapers traditionally report, are hearsay in and of themselves. Any assertion that this reporter might make as to anything that Mr. Howard might have said is now double hearsay. There's no exception to the hearsay rule for newspapers in general, and we would object to the admission of the exhibit.
So I have not moved for its admission quite yet. But I wanted Mr. Howard to take a look at the document first.
I'll withdraw my objection until a later time. She would like him to look at the exhibit. Here we are. Although may I interpose at the moment? The witness has been directed to look at the exhibit. I'm not sure for what purpose, whether it's been he's looking at it for the purposes of identification or authentication or merely to refresh his recollection. At this juncture, we're going to object to the admission of the document. So having the board review it at the moment seems a bit out of.
I don't think the board's been asked to review it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to draw your attention to exhibit HH, page 0445. And at the bottom of that page, go into the next page. I'm going to read this.
I'll object to any of it being read in evidence.
So I'll let you, yeah. I'm reading a portion to refresh Mr. Howard's recollection at this point. I may well move for the admission of this exhibit, but I haven't gotten there yet.
Has there been a foundation that he doesn't have a recollection? A present sense?
Well, he did testify that he did not quite remember what he told the reporter.
But then there was a little back and forth, and then he basically said what he said, and he said he's misspoke. Anyway, I just wanted to get where we are.
And the proposed HH is about the same interchange which Mr. Howard has just testified to with a reporter from VT Digger.
Yes.
The union has no issue with Mr. Howard reading to himself the portion to refresh his recollection, if any. We object to the words being read in evidence as they are hearsay. So if all that's happening now is refreshing recollection, I believe Mr. Howard is fully capable of reading without doing so aloud.
Well, why don't I just move for its admission at this point? And I understand there's an objection based on hearsay. For one thing, newspaper articles are self-authenticating. There's hearsay within this, but it is the statement of a party opponent who is here on the stand to testify. And so there's an exception to the hearsay rule. The other issue I will say is we do believe this is admissible. In fact, at the direct examination of Mr. Howard on Thursday, Mr. Gordon did ask about some news reports he heard about Governor Scott's press conference. And we did not object because we do think that's appropriate.
And just so that we're clear, the proffer for this exhibit, what probative value does it have other than the understanding of what he shared with the reporter, which I think he's already testified to? What is your proffer for this exhibit?
So I'll say this particular article indicates that Mr. Howard expressed what the union's position was. And so I'd like to clarify that, what he said and whether he was misquoted or he made a misstatement.
He's already testified that he misspoke.
And I can ask him questions if you would like additional questions before the board decides whether to admit this, if that's the preference.
Why don't you continue with your questions along the previous line that you opened?
So, Mr. Howard, you testified that you made a misstatement. To your knowledge, was your misstatement represented in the ultimate newspaper article that came out?
Yes, that was what was in the article was a misstatement.
And that was a misstatement by you, not a misquote from the reporter?
It was a misstatement from me.
And did you take any steps to correct that misstatement with the reporter?
No.
Why not?
Well, I think there was a couple reasons. First of all, very busy time. Get a lot of calls from reporters on various issues, so can't call every reporter back. But there was a lot of confusion. The Secretary of Administration was in the Bridge, which is a local newspaper, saying that she thought it was fully bargainable. We didn't have a lot of information from the administration. And we had both the policy, which I knew was bargainable, and the law, which I knew this administration had to follow.
What was the approximate date of your communication with the reporter?
I don't recall.
Would you please take a look at Exhibit HH, the first page, and see if that refreshes your recollection?
My answer would be the same.
So reading page 1 of this, what's been marked as Exhibit HH does not give you an indication about when you may have communicated with the reporter.
Objection. He was asked if it refreshed his recollection. He said it did not.
Sustained.
Is it possible that you had this conversation with the reporter in or about November 2024?
It's possible.
And was your communication with the reporter regarding the Employee Economic Services Division suspension of telework?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Were your communications with the reporter regarding the 2024 suspension of telework by the Economic Services Division of DCF?
Yes.
And so what did the Secretary of Administration's information or memos have to do with the 2024 ESD suspension of telework?
I think the information we were getting from the administration was confusing to me, especially since the policy that was in place. And I knew if the administration had to change if they wanted to change the policy, they would have to negotiate that with us.
So the union's position is that the 2024 ESD suspension of telework required bargaining?
No. Our position was laid out. Our position was we sent a demand to bargain, and we requested additional information.
What was the Secretary of Administration's involvement in the 2024 ESD suspension of telework, to your knowledge?
I have no knowledge.
So what was so you testified earlier about the impact of some information, unclear information from the Secretary of Administration related to your discussions with the reporter. Is that right?
I believe when I say the Secretary of Administration, I mean we had information from the administration that was confusing.
What was the information from the administration that was confusing regarding the 2024 ESD suspension of telework?
There was a lot of information, but one of the things that was confusing was that we knew that there was a policy in place that if they were changing that policy, they would have to bargain it. And then also that we knew that there was a flexible working arrangement statute. So it was just unclear whether or not what would actually be required to make this change.
So I believe you testified that the state did decline to engage in bargaining over the 2024 ESD suspension of telework.
Correct.
And did the state offer to meet with VSEA to discuss concerns about the suspension?
Yes.
And the state also did provide VSEA with the documents it had requested,
Yes.
and that was in February of 2025. I believe you had testified on Thursday.
That's correct.
And then I believe you testified that after meeting with the state representatives and after receiving these documents, VSEA determined that the suspension was consistent with the state's telework policy.
Yes, that they believed that it was inconsistent with the business operations of that particular division. So it was a decision being made by the local appointing authority specific to this division, and they presented evidence that it was inconsistent with the operations of that division.
And based on that information, VSEA determined that the suspension was consistent with the state's telework policy.
Yes.
And so I believe you also testified that after the VSEA made that determination, that was the reason it did not file a grievance or an unfair labor practice charge over the 2024 ESD suspension of telework.
That's correct.
Which bargaining units were the affected employees of that ESD suspension of telework? What bargaining units were they in?
The supervisor unit and the non-management unit.
So it affected both non-management unit and supervisory unit employees?
That's correct.
So is it accurate that the non-management unit, the supervisory unit, and the corrections unit collective bargaining agreements for 2024 to 2026, those do not address telework at all? Is that accurate?
I don't recall.
Could you turn to exhibit BB, B as in boy?
BB. Okay.
The union would stipulate that telework is not addressed in any of the collective bargaining agreements and evidence.
Okay.
BB. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. I'm sorry.
Actually, I can say you probably don't have to.
Okay.
do that now that there's been a stipulation that those agreements do not include any provisions about telework. So is the VSEA's position then that telework policy 11.9 is part of the agreement between each of the three bargaining units and the state?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is the VSEA's position that telework policy 11.9 is part of the agreement between each of the three bargaining units and the state?
The policy was agreed to by the VSEA at the time of its inception.
Does the union have a position about whether those, whether the telework policy is a term of a contractual term between the union and the state, or the bargaining units in the state?
I believe the state has an obligation to bargain any changes that they would want to make to that policy.
So the VSEA's position is then that the existing telework policy is part of the agreement between the state and the union and its members.
Say it was an agreement between the administration at the time and the VSEA.
Did that agreement still stand? At least up until the December 1, 2025 hybrid work standard initiative?
Yes,
And the state and the VSEA did engage in bargaining for the 2026 to 2028 non-management unit and supervisory unit collective bargaining agreements last year in 2025. Is that right?
that's correct.
And the state actually had suggested that the parties discuss telework as part of those negotiations. Is that right?
I don't know.
Could you please turn to exhibit SS, so S is in Sam?
SS.
Yes, double S.
Okay.
Withdrawn.
That was withdrawn.
That was withdrawn. So I might have the wrong number here, so just give me one moment, I apologize.
Withdrawn exhibit SS is exhibit 33.
33, yeah,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. So actually look at VSEA exhibit number 33. And exhibit 33, this is a letter from John Berard to Alfred Gordon O'Connell, excuse me, dated November 10, 2025. That's what's in front of you as exhibit 33.
Yes,
And I believe you testified about this document on Thursday, is that right?
I believe so.
If you could please take a look at, read the third paragraph of the letter, it says, should VSEA wish to renegotiate telework, the state believes that those discussions are best suited for the current negotiations for successor collective bargaining agreements. Did I read that right?
You did.
So I'll just ask you again. Did the state suggest that the parties discuss telework as part of the negotiations for the 2026 to 2028 CBAs?
Yes,
And VSEA did seek to include provisions about telework in those CBAs, is that right?
I believe so.
And the state did not agree to include any provisions in the collective bargaining agreements about telework.
The ultimate agreement did not have any additional provisions regarding telework.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear that we're talking about both the non-management unit and supervisory unit collective bargaining agreements, but not the corrections.
Right, yes.
And there was an agreement to to collective bargaining agreements for 26 to 28 for supervisory unit and the non-management unit, right?
Yes,
And those were ratified.
yes.
Do you recall when the ratification occurred?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know about when?
I would have to guess, but I think sometime in the fall of 2025.
So I believe you just did testify, but I just want to make sure I'm clear that the 2026 to 2028 non-management unit and supervisory unit collective bargaining agreements that the state and VSA agreed to and that were ratified, those don't include any provisions about telework.
Not to my knowledge.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically now about the hybrid work standard initiative that went into effect December 1, 2025. So the state did reach out to VSEA to solicit feedback about the initiative on September 12, 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on September 26, 2025, VSEA did agree to meet with the state to talk about the hybrid work standard initiative.
That's correct.
And the parties met on October 10, 2025.
That's correct.
And on October 24, 2025, VSEA demanded that the state bargain over its decision to implement the hybrid work standard initiative.
Right.
And on November 10, 2025, the state declined to engage in bargaining.
Yes.
And that very same day, the VSEA filed the unfair labor practice charge that we're discussing today.
Correct.
And the VSEA also filed a grievance over the hybrid work standard initiative.
Correct.
Do you recall when and at what step the union filed that grievance?
I believe it was at step 3.
And do you recall when approximately?
I don't specifically know.
So the unfair labor practice charge and the grievance that we just talked about related to the 2025 hybrid work standard initiative. Were those the only unfair labor practice charges or grievance that the union has filed related to telework?
To the best of my knowledge.
And I believe you testified on Thursday that VSEA filed the unfair labor practice charge and grievance because it had determined that the hybrid work standard initiative was not consistent with telework policy 11.9. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the VSEA's position is that it's inconsistent in part because the state didn't make the argument. So strike that, sorry. Did you testify that that part of the reason VSEA determined it was inconsistent is that the state didn't make the argument that the current policy was inconsistent with state government operations?
Among other things, it also, the new hybrid standard was a blanket order from the governor. It wasn't a decision that was made by a local appointing authority. It was arbitrary. They put a limit on 3 days, which is not mentioned in the policy. And then it also it didn't focus on what the policy says, which is that it's a determination of whether or not it's inconsistent with business operations. The focus of the administration was really based on what's the reason for well, I'll just leave it at that.
So maybe you could finish just that thought. Reason for.
Well, the administration seemed to be more interested in the reason people were asking for exceptions to that policy or why they were pushing back on that policy, on that announcement from the governor. But the policy actually says, doesn't talk about the reason. It talks about whether the request is consistent with the needs of the operating needs of the agency.
That's telework policy you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you, could you turn to exhibit 14, please? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a video message or the text of a video message from Governor Scott.
And is the date of that video message, and the message is September 8, 2025, is that right?
Yes.
And did you see Governor Scott's video message?
Yes.
And when did you see it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was on or shortly after September 8, 2025?
Yes.
And did you also read the governor's message, some sort of, for lack of a better word, transcript of it?
Not sure if I read it or if I just listened to it.
And in this video message, do you recall Governor Scott talking about some of the reasons for why he was planning to implement this hybrid work standard that we've been talking about?
I believe he did present his perspective on that.
So is it fair to say Governor Scott discussed some of his reasons for why he believed state employees should be working a hybrid strike that? Is it fair to say that Governor Scott discussed some of the reasons why he wanted to move state employees to this hybrid work standard of 3 days in office?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Did Governor Scott discuss some of the reasons why he believed it was in the state's interest to require employees to work at least 3 days a week on site?
Yes.
And let me ask you, what were your reactions to his stated reasons when you heard them?
Well, first of all, it's the first time the governor's ever done a video to state employees, which was quite a surprise for us. It seemed to be inconsistent with his administration's own research. His own research, the employee engagement survey for several years, or at least the last 2 years, has indicated from our members' perspective, his employees, that they collaborate better working from home, that they are more productive working remotely. And so the argument that the governor's making here seemed inconsistent with the experience of the state workforce.
Does Governor Scott, to your knowledge, have responsibilities outside of the best interest of state employees?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
To your knowledge, does Governor Scott, are his responsibility limited to relationships with state employees?
No.
What is your understanding of some of Governor Scott's other responsibilities as governor?
My understanding is that the governor is responsible for the efficient and effective delivery of state services.
Great. Mr. Howard, those are all my questions for you at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very briefly, just to fill in a gap here, Steve, you indicated on cross-examination that the supervisory and non-management units have signed and ratified contracts for the 2026 to 2028 period, correct?
That's correct.
Why is there no such agreement for the corrections unit?
The bargaining for the corrections unit was delayed because of a pending decert petition.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I have no additional cost based on that.
Thank you. Questions? Judith? Any questions? Ms.
No
Phelps?
questions.
Excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With your permission, I'm going to go get our next witness.
Yes.
Oh, the other side, yeah.
Oh. And you can drop your. Oh, where do I go? Hi. So you can drop your stuff over here and let you take your.
There was a car stopped in front of him.
Maybe my glasses.
Something hit him.
And then that's the witness.
Ah,
Haven't seen you in a long time.
With your permission. Would you like,
Please.
the union calls Michelle Salvador.
Morning, Ms. Salvador.
Good morning.
I have an oath for you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under pains or penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Michelle.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. I'm going to start with a few kind of background questions for you. Where do you currently reside? Where do you live?
Worcester, Vermont.
Okay. And what do you do professionally?
Currently,
Yes.
I am the Adolescent Health Program Manager at Family Child Health in the Vermont Department of Health.
Now your title has manager in it. Now, are you a member of the VSEA?
I am
And what unit are you in?
non-management.
So that's a little confusing.
Yeah, it is.
You're managing systems and not people. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I'm managing many things.
All right. Now, how long have you worked for the state of Vermont?
28 years.
And what position were you hired into 28 years ago?
I was hired by the Department of Substance Use, which used to be called Alcohol and Drug Abuse Programs, as a substance use prevention consultant.
And did you hold any other positions?
I did. I became, while maintaining my position as a substance use prevention consultant, I also supervisor of prevention consultants.
And at that time, were you in a different bargaining unit?
Yes, I went into the supervisory unit until this position.
Did you hold any other positions at any time with the state of Vermont?
No,
And so all of your positions that you've held, have they been under the Vermont Department of Health?
that's right.
And taking your positions in turn, you can start with the first one
Okay.
first, but where were you physically located while working in each of the positions that you've held?
Okay. I was physically located as a prevention consultant. The official duty workstation was Morrisville,
And how far away is that from Worcester?
about half an hour.
Okay. And
And then I became a supervisor while I was at the Morrisville office. And then we went remote for COVID. I should say, you asked if I held other positions. I'm sorry. During COVID, I was given another position. All of our jobs at the Department of Health were put on hold while we managed the pandemic response. And so I was given the position of being on the school and childcare unit, where we took calls from schools and childcare who had a case of COVID. And then we had to determine who was closest to them and what kids had to go home, et cetera. So that was, during the pandemic.
okay, and where were you physically located when you were performing that work?
At my home in Worcester.
And you said, and I'm sorry if I missed it, when you were the supervisor position,
Yes.
just before COVID, where were you physically located when you were performing that work?
At the Morrisville district office, but I also did a lot of remote work at that point. So it was kind of in the community or at home or from the Morrisville district office. Then I was also still a supervisor during the COVID response. So that was done remotely from my home.
Okay, so prior to the pandemic.
Yeah.
Did you have any time where you were not performing your work at the Morrisville district office?
The duty station was the Morrisville district office. And my job, however, was community-based. So I would spend some time in the office and some time around Lamoille County, Orleans County, and Caledonia County, because I worked out with the people in that position. And then at sometimes I did work from home because I would maybe have a meeting at 9 o'clock in the meeting that was somewhere in Orleans, but my office was in this opposite direction. So I always had ad hoc telework arrangements with my supervisor when those situations.
And about what year, we'd already talked about this was pre-pandemic, but about what years were you doing this ad hoc telework?
Oh, let's see. I began with the health department in 1998. So from 1998 until the whole time, 28 years.
Okay. So until 2020, did you have, so if we're going from 1998 to 2020, what, if any, formal telework agreements did you have at that time?
Well, we didn't have formal telework until we bargained for the 2012 telework policy.
Okay.
And at that point, I still did ad hoc telework. The telework agreement, I honestly can't recall if we had a telework agreement when we were sent home from COVID. I looked through my records. I couldn't find anything. I don't know. I mean, it was kind of long ago now. When I accepted my current, oh,
So
sorry.
we'll get there.
Okay, sorry.
Let's take that in turn. So first, tell me about your latest role. When did you receive, were you hired for your adolescent health coordinator?
I was hired August of 2022.
And where is the workstation associated with your adolescent health coordinator position?
That workstation currently or then?
Then, when you were hired.
That workstation was Burlington, 108 Cherry Street. And it wasn't, taking this job was not upward mobility. It was a same pay grade, et cetera, as my current job. And my current job was very close to home, which is why I stayed in it for 28 years, because there weren't a lot of opportunities. So I
just wanted
yes.
to kind of go back for a
Sure.
second, because you said that your current job was the same as your current job, but I mean,
it was like the same pay grade, same stat.
So I'll just quick remind you that we are having a record that's going to be transcribed. And so if you just wait till the end of my question,
Sure.
and then you go, but so did, you said that your current job was the same rate as your current job, but did you mean that your current job at the time, when you took your job at the time when you took your current position as an adolescent health coordinator?
Yes, the job that I was being offered.
Okay.
As the adolescent health program manager. So before I accepted the position, I told them I could not take the position unless it was remote.
Who did you tell that to?
To the folks that interviewed me, to Kim Swartz, to Elisa Stahlberg, the division director.
Okay, so tell me, Kim Swartz.
Kim Swartz.
And that's Swartz.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what is her job title?
Awesome supervisor.
Great.
No, supervisor. Rockstar human. What else? She's the director of our little division of adolescent health.
Adolescent health.
Yeah.
And then you said Elisa Stahlberg. That's Stalberg.
I'm a visual person. Sorry. STAHL.
Okay. We'll maybe put in some documents to clarify that. But tell me, do you know what Alicia Stahlberg's job title is?
Yes, she is the division director for the Family Child Health Division of the Health Department.
I'm sorry, before we move on, could we just have a hierarchy between the two? Ms. Stahlberg and Ms. Schwartz?
Yes, so it goes the commissioner, then Ms. Stahlberg, the division director, multiple divisions in the health department. So the division director for Family Child Health, and then Kim Swartz is a supervisor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now going back to when you were hired for your current role.
Yes.
You said that you talked about the Burlington location. So can you kind of describe for me how that conversation happened before your hire?
Well, I will say people were not back in offices full time, but this unit went in usually once a week. And so I said, it's very far for me.
So tell me, how far is it from Worcester to Burlington?
An hour on a good day.
Okay. And so who were you saying this to? Just so we're clear.
To Elisa Stahlberg, to Kim Swartz, to the folks that were hiring.
Okay. And this was before they hired you? Or?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
Well, I said that I would love to accept the position, but that I would accept it if it had remote work, because the position was such that It didn't require in-person with the public. It didn't require in-person with the folks at the department. I'm very computer-based, working with people from around the United States, working with people virtually, managing grants, et cetera, for the feds. And so I said, I'm happy to come in if there is a purpose for us to have an in-person meeting, and we would benefit from that, or you would like me, I will come in anytime for that. But if there is no reason, then it doesn't make sense for me to take my computer from home to an office over an hour away to do the same work in a distracting environment.
And what, if any, response did Ms. Schwartz and Ms. Stahlberg have to you saying this?
Yes, I had a positive response.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did they indeed hired you, correct?
They did.
Okay. And so now just talking about your time of hire, how often did you go into the Burlington work site when you were first hired?
Rarely, if ever. I mean, I probably drove to Burlington a total of 3 to 4 times before the Burlington office building was closed.
Okay.
So from September to whenever they closed the Burlington, sometime maybe in May of 2023.
So you're saying September of 2022, and then
Yes.
there was a change in May of 2023. Can you?
Yeah, I think it was May. I mean, don't quote me on that. It's
Well,
totally- I mean, there must be evidence of that somewhere. Yeah.
So, okay, so tell me, what is this change that happened that you're referring to in May of 2023? What happened?
The legislature and the governor decided to sell the Burlington office at 108 Cherry Street. And there was a lot of panic among staff because people's lives that worked at the Burlington office, besides myself, were up in that area. People had bought houses in Plattsburgh. People had childcare there, and this was going to be a major upheaval in many lives.
Okay, and let me ask you another question before we move on to more details about this move. When you were hired, do you know if it was only Kimberly Schwartz and Alicia Stahlberg who approved your hire?
I mean, I would imagine that my appointing authority also approved it.
And who is your appointing authority?
It's the commissioner of the Department of Health or their designee, which is sometimes Kelly Doherty.
Okay. And what is Kelly Doherty's job title?
She is the deputy commissioner for the health department. Sorry.
And then who is the commissioner?
Well, it was different at the time.
Okay.
It was Dr. Levine at
in
that time.
2022?
Yes.
And who is it currently?
It's Dr. Rick Hildebrandt.
Thank you. Okay, so now we kind of returning to this move.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry, before we move on, what in the workstation in Burlington, what, if any, equipment did you have when you took that position at the Burlington office?
Nothing. I didn't even have a desk.
Okay. Okay.
I would just find an empty desk at the times that I did go up there. So a computer, I had a computer.
Okay. And then where did you take that computer? It was only at the workstation or?
No, home. Yep, a laptop.
Okay. And then, so you previewed for us the move. Did the move from Cherry Street in Burlington for the Department of Health, in fact, occur? And where did it? Where was it? Where did the move go to? Where did the employees go to?
So it did occur, but we were told that we were becoming full-time remote employees, and that my division, Family Child Health, thought that it would be I mean, they were very inclusive about the process. They thought it would be helpful and nice to see each other every once in a while. And so there was a survey. How many times would you like to be in person, et cetera? And everybody thought that once a month for a staff meeting and have an in-person day, you know, would be fine. So, you know, there's about, I don't know if I can say this here, but there's about 400 employees from the central office of the health department. And there are, I'm going to guess, about 60 employees in the family child health division. And there are about 50 desks at the Waterbury State Office Complex for the Division of Family Child Health.
So, okay, so let's back up for a
Sure.
second. So you said that they said that you would be remote. Do you recall who said that, and who was said that you would be?
All the leadership. I mean, everybody said that, from the commissioner, the deputy commissioner. I mean, it was just, that's what was talked about.
And when was that said? During what period of time?
From the time there was the announcement of selling the building until the time that we moved. They were trying to assure people that they weren't going to have to come to the Waterbury office. I mean, there are people that probably, you have an option because of the contract, that if you have a change of duty station, you have an option to take a reduction in force. And so some people, I know one colleague who lives in Plattsburgh, did not take the reduction of force because she was told she could go remote full-time from Plattsburgh instead of driving down to the Waterbury office on a regular basis.
And this was at the time of this transition from Burlington to Waterbury.
Yeah.
And then, so you had talked about that all of leadership said this, but do you have any specific recollection of who in leadership said that you were going to be remote?
Yes, I mean, Elisa Stolberg discussed it with us. I would discuss it with my supervisor. There was also an email, some colleagues, people did a survey about the impact of what was going to happen if they had to go to the Waterbury office. What was the impact going to be in people's lives? And they shared that with Dawn O'Toole.
And what
is the chief operating officer for the administration. And Dawn O'Toole wrote back and said that she was, you know, it's happening, you know, move on with it. The survey doesn't matter. And, you know, I'm sorry that you cannot trust that you will be remote, and hopefully in time you will be able to build trust again. So to us, we had leadership telling us we were remote full time. From now on, we had this email we had seen from Dawn, which was just a little additional thing. We had 50 desks for 400 people. So, it was obvious you can't fit 50 people, or you can't fit all those people in the Waterbury office for more than maybe, for not even a day a week.
Okay, so you're saying that in the space you were moving to in Waterbury,
yeah,
who occupied the 50 desks?
At that time, before we went?
Well, no, I'm sorry. After the move happened, who occupied those desks?
Well, we didn't get desks. We got an area for the Vermont Department of Health.
Okay.
And they're what the state calls hoteling stations. So if you were going to go into that office on the one day a month, you had to get online on a computer program and you had to find and reserve a hotel station.
Okay. And you're saying there were 50 desks. Now, was that just for your division, those 50 desks?
That was for the entire central office of the Vermont Department of Health.
And I believe you said earlier, how many people are in the central office of the Vermont Department of,
I want to say give or take 400. Don't quote me on the exact number.
and how many are in your division?
Roughly 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had also testified that there was some decision about when your division would come into the Waterbury office. Is that right?
Yeah, we had a survey, like I'm going like this, like I wrote it. No, it was like an electronic, like poll, survey that asked, that polled people on when you would want to come in. And it was to find a day that would work for the whole family child health division.
And what day did, if you did, what day did you land?
Yeah, we settled on the second Tuesday of the month.
Okay. And so did you in fact go to the Waterbury complex on the second Tuesday of the month?
Yes.
Did you go into the Waterbury complex on any other day?
I mean, one time I went because there was a training there, and one time I went because I needed to make some photocopies or something, but no, other than that, I only went on the second Tuesday of the month.
And so where else did you work if you weren't at the Waterbury complex?
At my beautiful home office.
Okay. So now, how long did this situation go on where you would come in just once a month, second Tuesday of the month?
From the time that we moved, the official time that we moved to the Waterbury office in 2023 till now.
Yet, okay, let's see. I want you to turn in the binder in front of you what is marked as Exhibit 44.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh. Okay.
Okay. So this has already been admitted into the record.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this?
When I accepted the position as the Adolescent Health Program Manager at the Burlington office, I submitted, they had me submit this telework request. It says office Tuesday, although the agreement was not, it was not every Tuesday, but we put office on Tuesday because that would be the day. That was like the day when people generally were in the office. If you went on a Wednesday, there wasn't really anybody there. So then that would be the day if they wanted me to come up for a meeting that would have happened. And when that did happen. Yes.
Okay, and so you completed this when the Vermont Department of Health was located where?
108 Cherry Street, Burlington.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, did you update this telework agreement since this time?
No.
So I'll draw your attention to the middle of the page. There's an end date there of 1/13/24. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
And I draw your attention to the third page. And so there's only, it appears to be your electronic signature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, it's done like, well, no, I didn't even know if they used DocuSign at this point. I'm old school. So I just signed it and submitted it.
And so you never received an executed copy back?
I don't know. I wasn't able to find anything. I don't know. It may exist.
And then, so I just want to go back just a little bit to your current role as an adolescent health program manager.
Okay.
Who in your everyday work, what kind of people do you interact with? What classification of people do you interact with?
Well, I'm the principal investigator for a federal grant, so I interact quite a bit with the federal government.
And
and
where are those people located?
Washington DC.
Okay,
And then we grant that money to an organization called Vermont After Schools, and they're based in Burlington. So I interact with them, and then we have some sub-grantees that are distributed equitably around the state. So all of our work is virtual.
okay, and what platforms? do
I've
you
never
use?
met any of them in person.
Okay. And what platforms do you use in order to
Well,
communicate?
I use Teams, and some of the organizations will use Zoom and would send a Zoom link.
And how often do you interact with other Vermont Department of Health employees?
I mean, I talk to my supervisor all the time. I sometimes have coffee with colleagues over the Teams in the morning, but my work is it's not like sitting down with people in my division all the time. It's with people that are based across the United States, other adolescent health coordinators. It's with I facilitate meetings with community partners and state partners that are based all over the state.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to August of 2025.
Okay.
Did the expectation of coming into the office on the second Tuesday of the month ever change?
It did. On August 8th, we received an email, Family and Child Health Division, from Elisa Stahlberg, drawing our attention that there had been a press conference from the governor announcing that they were looking at sending employees back to state office buildings. Within that email, she shared a statement from our commissioner. And the commissioner said, we are not aware that there has been a change to the AHS telework policy that allows decisions about remote work to be made at a departmental, by the department.
Okay.
Okay. And we, we'll look into this, and we continue, and as a department, we'll continue to support flexibility and remote work, and that we stand for these decisions being made at the staff level, and not a across the board requirement to go to an office.
And this was from, you said from Ms. Stahlberg.
So the email was from Elisa Stahlberg. The statement was from our interim commissioner, Dr. Levine had left. And that was a statement by our interim commissioner, Julie Arrell.
Okay. And I don't think we've talked about Ms. Arrell before, and that's Arel.
Yes. Mhm.
And so did that guidance or insight ever change from your management team?
The stance of my management team in supporting that never changed. But we entered this period of rapid, fluctuating, contradictory guidance from the agency of the administration.
So the agency of administration, in your 28 years, how often have you received direct communication from the agency of administration?
I actually got online to look up who the secretary was for 28 years. So I maybe remember an email or two from Jeb Spalding, but probably couldn't even count it on one hand, I'm guessing.
So, so this is in the time period before August 2025 is what you're characterizing?
Yes, we didn't get communications like that. Yeah.
And then when, if ever, did you receive any more specific guidance about what this in-office mandate would entail?
I mean, there were endless emails. There were emails dropped every Friday at 4:30 or just before 4:30 from Sarah Clark from the agency, the agency secretary, announcing, at first it was, we're going to get people together and we're going to see what this looks like. And then, I don't know, it seems like that didn't happen because then clearly there was a point where an email came, said, December 1st, you're all going back into state office buildings 3 days a week.
Do you know what the significance of December 1st was?
No significance.
So you don't know, or there is none.
If there is, I don't have any idea and it hasn't been shared with any of us.
And do you recall if there was a process for not complying with this December 1st, and I believe you testified already, 3 days a week in office standard?
Yeah. Initially, there was no process. I am aware of my statutory rights under the flexible work arrangement. And so I immediately sent an email to my supervisor, Kim Swartz, and acknowledged the flexible work arrangement and made a flexible work arrangement request to remain remote, to come in 1 day a week, actually, I said, instead of the 3 days a week.
Well, let me help.
Okay.
Let me point you to, let's look at exhibit 45, and then there's a sub tab that's A. Okay. This has already been admitted into the record.
Okay.
Take a look at it. And then do you recognize this document?
Yes. Mhm.
And I'll have you flip to the second page of
Yes.
this document. Is this the communication that you were just referring to in your testimony?
Yes.
Could we pause for a second? We have 45B, we don't have 45A, unless 45A is the to Kim Schwartz 10/13/25. Is that A? Okay, so the other side is A. So that's
This is A?
Yeah, so right.
45A.
No, that's B.
Here's
You
his
better
correct.
look
I
at
just-
it. Mine's
I'm gonna
correct.
show
Here's
this
his correct.
Yeah,
to,
Yeah,
just flipped over.
I think he marked this.
so would
as
this
his
be A?
though.
That would be
That's
B.
No.
That is B.
Okay, but is the other side A?
I'll show you what.
No.
All right.
With all the hundreds of documents, and I think
Okay, I'm gonna make a quick 3 copies.
So this is not 45.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm wondering if we could take a quick break, break?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We've been going at it for some time. How about 10-minute break?
Okay.
All right, see you. All right, we're back.
Thank you. So Michelle, before we look at these exhibits, just a point of clarification, you had testified earlier that you kind of rarely got communication from the from the Secretary of Administration.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Suzanne Young? When
I mean, the name is familiar sounding, but
do you recall getting information relating to COVID procedures during COVID? All those receiving emails about.
I mean, I'm sure we did, but that was a long time ago.
Sure. Okay.
For some reason, I remember more receiving emails from Jeb Spalding. You have the day after Thanksgiving off, but I don't know.
Okay. So we're looking at exhibit 45A, and I think we've sorted and my apologies if that was on us, that was what is in your binder. 45A now. Okay, excellent. Okay, I want to direct your attention to the second page of 45A. And you testified earlier about requesting a flexible working arrangement accommodation. And so, and on the second page here, is this the request that you testified to?
Yes,
And then moving to the first page. This is the response that you received on October 13th.
yes, it is.
Concerning-
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And what was the amount of your request? You had testified a little earlier that it changed from what you were currently doing. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so currently I would go into the office on the second Tuesday of the month.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna stop you. When you say currently.
Oh,
meaning
I'm
at the
sorry.
Time or,
Yes, at the time prior to the new hybrid work standard policy.
Thank you.
So at that time, I would go in once a month. When the administration came and said, you're all are gonna go 3 days a week to the office, state office, I submitted this request and asked to go 1 day a week as opposed to 3 days a week.
And what was your understanding of how your flexible working arrangement request would be handled?
I really didn't have any understanding because the guidance was constantly changing. And the way that things were happening were very different than the way you would traditionally make a telework request for the 2012 policy.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that. What was different about the way you were having to make this request?
Well, I made a flexible work arrangement request because it didn't seem you could use the telework policy because now the telework policy was completely changed. The telework policy allowed up to 5 days a week. So now the telework policy, I guess, didn't exist anymore. So I made the flexible work arrangement request just in this email because there was no form for anything until I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the VSEA created a form. So then I submitted the VSEA created form. But then we learned that.
Well, so
Yeah,
one second,
okay,
let's
sure,
take
sorry.
it in turn here.
Yeah.
So on the second page of 45A, there is an attachment that was on in this email. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
There
and
it
so
is.
we'll turn to 45B.
Mhm.
It's already admitted as well. Is this the form that you were referring to?
Yes.
Now, where did you get this form?
I got this from the union.
And so this was attached, 45B was attached to your October 13th email in 45A, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so was this the end of the flexible working arrangement request process for you?
No.
No. All right, how would you characterize the process after you made your initial request?
Ambiguous at best. Chaotic. Ever changing.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked for identification as VSEA Exhibit 46. Take a look at it.
Yes. Mhm.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I made this page back to the back of it because it goes from the back to the front. This was my supervisor shared with me. So I had not heard back yet about my request for a flexible work arrangement. And then my supervisor shared this email from my Elisa Stolberg, my director. And it says,
Oh, no, so you don't want to read it into the record.
I don't have to read. Oh, okay.
What you generally, how you generally describe this document, and I think that you've done this.
Yeah, I said, oh, I heard they're not accepting the form. Yeah,
Okay, so.
Yeah.
We're not gonna read from the document right
okay,
now, but
all right,
can you-
sorry.
But can you tell me, is this communication that you received from Director Solberg, as you've described, relating to your flexible working arrangement request?
I don't know. I mean, this is related to it, yes. This,
It's Schwartz, I said.
oh, okay, okay,
Yes, I'm
all
sorry,
right.
Miss, your
That's okay.
manager, Miss Schwartz.
Yes, this was an update on the flexible work arrangement request.
Thank you, and I'd like to move for the
Sorry.
admission of VSEA Exhibit 46.
And we would object. Communication contains multiple layers of hearsay. You would object to the admission of hearsay evidence, which does not applicable exception.
The witnesses are testifying to correspondence, and other witnesses will, to correspondence they received on the governor's order and their interactions with the agency's management relating to the implementation of the statewide 3-day in-office requirement and the shifting criteria for seeking an exception to the request. So I would say that, these interactions speak directly to the unilateral change. And they, in fact, were received by the witness that's on the stand. And so for that purpose, that this occurred and the employees, working conditions were modified in this way, which is, of course, foundational to the VSEA's complaint here.
To be more specific, our objection is to, this is hearsay because it contains communication from the employee's first line supervisor, and that communication actually refers to something that supervisor was told. So it has 2 layers of hearsay to it, and the first line supervisor is not at a sufficiently high level within the organization to call it an exception for statements for party opponent.
Again, this is to her impressions of what her supervisor told her. So that Attorney Florent has pointed to is not for the truth of the matter asserted. So it's the impression that her supervisor's communication had on her.
Okay. I think I would just overruled.
All right, so looking at this document 46. Yeah, I think we're going to move on with that one. Actually. Okay, so moving on to Exhibit 47. This is marked for identification. Kit, let me know, Michelle, if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a correspondence. Let me go all the way to the back. It's a correspondence from my supervisor, Kim Swartz.
Do
You want me to say more?
No,
Oh,
is
okay.
it, but it's addressed to you, is that correct?
Yes, it is to me and carbon copy to my director, Elisa Stolberg.
Okay, and it relates to the subject matter that you're testifying about today.
Yes.
I'd like to move for the admission of VSEA Exhibit 47.
Same objection.
Overruled.
Okay, so Michelle, I'd like for you to make an observation for me. So looking at the second page of VSEA Exhibit 47,
Okay,
I see that, that it purports to be an October 13th, 2025, 2:57 email from you. That, so seeing that, I'd
yes,
like for you to turn back to 45A.
yes.
And looking at the last page of that document. I guess the bottom of the first page left. Is this the appear to be the same email on October 13th?
Yes, that's the same October 13th email.
If you know, why did Ms. Schwartz respond differently 9 days later than how she had responded in 45A?
Objection calls for speculation as to
I'll
why.
withdraw. Okay, and I'm drawing your attention to Schwartz's response on I'm sorry, on 47. So that's the bottom of the first page.
Mhm.
All right, this about the middle of the paragraph, it says the state will only review requests that are submitted through our existing processes. Did I read that right?
Yes,
And was the alternative work schedule part of the known existing process for you?
so we have always had, well, I don't know for how long, but we have had an alternate work schedule form.
Okay,
Yes.
and
Uh-huh.
so we'll talk more about that. Now, skipping forward just a little bit, was the telework form part of the existing process as you knew it?
Yeah, the telework form of 2012. Yes.
And in October, the end of October of 2025, was the new hybrid standard employee exemption request part of the existing process as you knew it?
No, completely different process.
Okay, so that was not part of the process as you knew it.
No, it's not the telework policy of 2012.
Okay, so drawing your attention to your response at 209, did you decide to complete this new employee exemption request?
The employee exemption request or the alternate work schedule?
Well,
I
so
will fill that. Okay. I looked at the employee exemption. I decided to fill out the employee exemption request. There
And-
were not any forms to match what I was requesting.
and you never filled that form out before, correct?
The employee exemption request?
Yes.
Oh, no, that was brandy new.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have you turn to what's already been admitted as Exhibit 48.
Thank you. Oh, it's all in order. So nice. So neat.
All right. And this was, I just want to point out, it's already admitted into the record, but it appears in the paragraph that you wrote here that you're attaching a flexible working arrangement request, but then the attachment is the employee exemption request form. Can you explain
Yes.
why there's a difference there?
Well, because we were told that the employee exemption request was only for certain circumstances. If you had a spouse in the military, if you had a court relief from abuse order, there were like only 3 things at that time. There were 3 reasons why you could fill out. And I wasn't asking for any of those reasons. I was asking flexible work arrangement, but which the statute allows me to just request it. Doesn't have to be on a form. I can just do it in an email. but the email wasn't accepted. And so, so I tried whatever forms they gave to me. So I put my flexible work arrangement request on a exemption, hybrid standard exemption, whatever it's called.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to actually skip to 49B. B as in boy.
Yeah.
And do you recognize this document?
Yeah.
And so was this the exemption request form that you had attached to Exhibit 48? I mean, the email that was contained in Exhibit 48?
Correct.
Now for 49B, I'm going to have you look to the second page of that document.
Yes.
So what if any difference was there between what you submitted under 48 and what's contained in 49B?
Oh, wait.
I'll direct you specifically to the
Let me just see what
supervisor's signatures
48
and the
was.
appointing authority signatures.
Oh, there's nothing different. This was what was attached to 48, and I had it approved, my request.
Okay. And looking at 49A, is that the cover email for?
Correct.
49B?
Yes. It is.
And remind us, who is Kelly Doherty?
She is my appointing authority.
Now I'm looking at 49B. What does the duration of ongoing mean? It's in the middle of the page on 49B.
That means that I was requesting to work remotely 4 days a week and go into the office 1 day a week on an ongoing basis.
And pointing your attention to the narrative of 49B, did you, in the box, did you write this?
I did.
And so, and I'm looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph. And specifically the last sentence. It is difficult to understand why the state leadership is not working with employees and their management on an individual level in determining what works best for the work that they do. Did I read that right?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
The 2012 telework policy allowed departments to make determinations with their staff as to whether their work would be appropriate to work on remote, that you could work remotely, like if it would, yeah. And so that's what I meant because, so I'm sorry, let me just read it again. So now in this new process that was different from the telework agreement, that decision-making was being taken away from our division and our department.
And then directing your attention again to the second page of 49B. And so where did you see your request stood after you received this approval from Deputy Commissioner Doherty on October 27th?
That it was approved because that's who has always approved
And so was
remote work.
Thank you. Was this the end of your request?
Well, no,
Do you recall if there was a
but
deadline?
wait, there's more.
Do you recall if there was a deadline for your request for an exemption from the statewide 3-day week in office requirement?
So I received, this was on October 27th, and then I received, the next I heard was on November 20th, I think, 19th, 20th, that from Kelly, that I needed to change the duration of the request, that HR instructed, not HR, that the AOA had, somebody had instructed her, I don't remember who, that I had to change it from ongoing to June 30th.
Okay,
The-
and so, before you go on, let me, show you what's been marked for identification as VSEA Exhibit 50. And have you take a look at that. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a correspondence, between, my deputy director, Kelly Doherty, and I about my flexible work arrangement request submitted on the exemption hybrid work schedule standard form.
Okay. And you've just testified that in this, communication, that there was a reference to June 30th of 2026.
Yeah.
What was the significance to you of June 30th, 2026 to your request?
There's no significance to me.
And did it explain to you what the significance of June 30th, 2026 was?
No.
Did you ultimately resubmit the form with a revised duration date?
I did.
And what?
June 30th, the date I was instructed to put in there.
Oh, and I'd like to offer for admission Exhibit 50.
We would object that it contains hearsay statements from the supervisor, not related to giving guidance to the employee.
I mean, our response is the same, that this is for the purposes of demonstrating the interaction between an employee and her manager concerning the issue. And any court statement is not the truth of the matter. So
Overruled.
now you just testified that you did resubmit that exceptions request. So I'd like to draw your attention to VSEA Exhibit 51. And that's already admitted into the record.
Yep.
Is this that exemption that you just testified about? Secondly, the second submission of it, I should say.
It might be the third, actually.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah, this is the final submission of my final submission. Yeah.
In this second exemption request, you already testified that you changed the duration, but did you change the narrative rationale from
No.
what you submitted on the 27th? Let me finish. So is that right? Did you change the narrative rationale from what you submitted on 10/27?
I did not.
And that's Exhibit 49B. Just for the record, that's from 49B, which is submitted on 10/27. And what was your understanding at the time that you filed this form for the second time of if there was a deadline to submit this form?
The deadline had always come from the Agency of Administration that it was November 20th was the deadline.
And at the time that you submitted this second form, what was your understanding of what an acceptable rationale for receiving an exemption would be?
Well, they were what they called compelling reasons, and they gave us the compelling reasons, which I mentioned earlier. You have a spouse in the armed services or something. You have a relief from abuse order. Maybe if there was a issue with childcare. They said it had to be these reasons that they referred to as compelling reasons.
Okay, so directing your attention back to VSEA Exhibit 50. and specifically on the third page.
1, 2, 3.
November 19th email sent at 3:41.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Yep.
If you know, why did your appointing authority tell you you would need an exemption rationale that, quote, other than successful remote work and issues of space?
Because
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, what's wrong? This document also says about, it talks about discrete issues. What, if any, discrete issues did you have that would resolve during the exceptions period to allow you to comply with the 3-day-a-week in-office mandate? What discrete issues did you have?
I didn't have any discrete issues.
After receiving this correspondence with Deputy Commissioner Doherty, were you confident or not confident that your flexible working arrangement request was considered?
After receiving this, not confident anymore.
And after receiving this, were you confident or not confident that your exception to the statewide in-office mandate would be approved?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? That was a little fast.
After receiving this correspondence with Deputy Commissioner Doherty, were you confident or not confident that your exceptions to the statewide in-office mandate would be approved?
Not confident that they would approve my exception.
Okay. And what ultimately resulted from Deputy Commissioner Doherty relating to the approval or denial of your second submission of the exemption request form?
One more time.
What ultimately resulted from Deputy Commissioner Doherty relating to the approval or denial of your second submission of the exemption request?
Oh, well, my form was, I don't know if I'm answering what you're asking. I'm a little confused.
Well, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So did, just update me, if you will, about the status of your exemption request.
Oh, okay. So it was then denied by my deputy commissioner. And then it went to the next person via DocuSign, HR manager, where it was opened on November 20th, and that's where it died.
Well, and so how do you know that?
Because it's in DocuSign.
And
all of these people on the exception form, supervisor, appointing authority, HR manager, exception review team, are all on the DocuSign. So my supervisor signed it, and then it went to Kelly. Kelly signed it, and then it went to HR. HR opened it, and then that's where it still is.
so, Michelle, are you referring to 42nd page of 49B?
Second page of 49. Yes. Second page of 49B.
And you have access to the DocuSign progress?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I'm sorry. 50, and I'm sorry, I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 51. And is that, I should have asked you those questions relating to Exhibit 51, that you just testified about.
Yes.
With the DocuSign progress.
Yes.
Is that also relates? So when you were testifying about it was opened and then sat on the 20th by the next step, were you referring to the earlier document, or were you referring to Exhibit 51?
Exhibit 51.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, could you just, when you said the DocuSign was open or they're on the DocuSign, just looking at least the hard copy, and it may be different in the electronic copy, but the hard copy for Exhibit 51 just has the supervisor's signature and the appointing authority's signature, not any beyond that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And-
May I also, in regard to 51, the block for on page 1, the block for the attachment, is the attachment what follows that form, the five paragraph statement? Is that what would have and it goes on to a second page?
Yes.
That it didn't fit in the block, so
What happened is the very first one I did
yes.
was not within their DocuSign system. So I filled it out directly in the form and then put it in. And then the state later on our agency health department website had all of the new documents. So when I filled it out on there, it actually, you just uploaded your attachment into it. So that's why, but it's the
Rather
same
than-
exact.
Rather than fill in the box.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And at any time after Kelly had denied your exemption request, contained in Exhibit 51, did the exemptions process change again?
Yeah. Yeah.
And how did it change?
Well, the exemption process all along had a deadline date of November 20th. And then there was a court hearing with VSEA, an injunction hearing. And Sean Brown testified that there was no end date for exemptions at that court hearing.
Okay.
So we had a staff meeting on the beginning of December, the 8th, the 11th, I don't know, whenever we have our staff meeting. And there are question and answers. Employees can submit questions in advance of the staff meeting. And so somebody submitted the question and asked why, when we've heard all along that the end date for applying for an exemption was November 20th, why did the agency say at the court hearing that there is no deadline? And so our management replied to that and said that they have no idea why, and that they have all along throughout this entire process, they have been sharing the information from the agency, been very transparently sharing the information from the agency of the administration directly to us, and that that's what they had been told all along.
Do you remember specifically who said this?
Well, it was our deputy commissioner, Kelly Doherty, but I want to be clear that she wasn't answering on the cuff off the spot. You submit the questions, and I think the question goes to a team of management to answer, and then she's the one that reads the questions and reads the answers. So
And you talked about the deadline. What, if any, changes after your denial of your exemption form were there to the acceptable rationales for an exemption?
So the guidance from the AOA then said, no, we haven't restricted and give any compelling reason, right? All along it was these 3-4 reasons. And now after the court hearing, it was, you can have any compelling reason. So my department leadership in this meeting said, if you have any compelling reason, you can feel free. There is no deadline to filling out an exemption request. But as far as they know, that the AOA has not changed their stance on what the compelling reasons are, whether you submit it or not. And they have no idea why the AOA testified the way that they did.
Okay, so now I want you to turn your attention to VSEA Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Take a look at that.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is an email to me from my division director, Elisa Stahlberg.
And it does this email relate to the subject matter that you've been testifying about today?
Yes.
I'd like to move the admission of VSEA Exhibit 53.
Objection, hearsay.
Same process and communication between managers and.
Overruled.
Okay, so I'll direct your attention to Stahlberg's, Ms. Stahlberg's email at 11:15. And the bottom of the first paragraph, she says that resubmitting, given that the guidance has since changed. Did I read that right?
Yes, yes.
If you know, what did she mean by that?
Well, because the original guidance was that you only had until November 20th to submit an exemption request. So then after the injunction hearing, the date changed and she was not aware, she's not a signatory on my exemption request. So I think she wasn't aware that I had already submitted one and had it continue up the chain, even though it was denied.
Are you currently going into the office more than one day per month?
No.
And your exemptions request, where does that stand currently?
Well, until the guidance was that if you have an exemption request or one of those medical requests, that you stick to your old schedule, that you don't have to do the new hybrid standard until they respond to your request. So I've heard nothing. I mean, we have 40 to 50 from my division and only 2 have been approved and the rest are in purgatory.
Okay, last question for you. When, if ever, prior to August of 2025, have you had a request concerning where you perform your work reviewed by the Agency of Administration?
Oh, never.
Thank you. No further questions.
Hi, I'm Chris Florian.
Hi, Chris.
I'm an AAG, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What's an AAG?
Assistant Attorney General.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I'd like to start with your telework request form. We looked at it during your testimony. It's at Exhibit 44. If you want to.
Sure. Thank you.
And I believe you testified that although this form references being in the office on Tuesdays, that it was actually once a month on Tuesdays. Is that?
It wasn't even. It was if there was a meeting they wanted me at. And those meetings would have been on a Tuesday because that was the day then people were going to the Burlington office. Yeah.
And I believe you said that you were uncertain whether this had been approved, this particular form had been approved or not.
Yes, I mean, it may have, I just couldn't find it in my files and that was a long time ago.
I would like to hand you the document first. And if you could just turn to page 3 of that document.
Yeah.
Based on the information you see there, is it fair to say that that telework request wasn't actually?
Yeah. Yes. Based on this, it was approved.
And it would have been approved by whom?
Elisa Stahlberg, who is my division director, and Kelly Doherty, who is the appointing authority or the designee for the appointing authority. I don't know what she fell into at that time.
And if you could, you can rely on, well, let me ask this. Does this form appear to be otherwise identical to the document at Exhibit 44, except for the
Yes. Uh-huh.
So in your telework request form, you see on page 1, the heading that refers to termination of telework.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to read that paragraph. Telework is a voluntary program provided at the sole discretion of the appointing authority, may be terminated by the employee or employer at any time with or without cause. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
And I believe during your testimony, you said that when you first began working, or actually before you began working in your current role,
Yeah.
you had told Kim Schwartz and Elisa Stolberg that you would only accept the position if you could work remotely. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have any conversation with the appointing authority, Kelly Doherty, along those lines?
I don't recall. The decisions are made. The telework policy has been around since 2012. So this has always been the process that you discuss, and the immediate supervisor and division director makes the approval, and then it goes to the appointing authority for the approval.
And it's ultimately approved at the appointing authority level, correct?
At the Department of Health appointing authority. Yes. Yeah. At all of those levels, actually. They all have to agree.
Understood.
Mhm.
And I believe you said that your exception request died. So I wanted to kind of clarify what you meant by died.
It has stalled. It hasn't gone any further since I originally submitted it, I think in October. And then the last one was submitted, the third one or whatever, by November 20th. And according to the DocuSign, it's gone nowhere and I've heard nothing.
So as far as you know, it remains pending at this time.
As far as I know, I have no idea where it is.
And at this point, are you working the same schedule that you were working for the hybrid work standard went into effect?
I am, yes.
And was there any period where you had to work a different schedule?
Say more.
In other words, was there any point where you had to report to the work site more than 1 day per week?
I don't report 1 day a week. I go in the second Tuesday of the month.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Was there ever a point where you reported more frequently than that?
No. Mm-mm. Not yet.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
No redirect.
I have some questions.
If I could, we've got a number of witnesses, one who's here. I'm wondering if we could potentially, I anticipate that he will have to quick. And so if we could, so that he can be released for.
Could we finish
Yeah,
with this
we
witness
need to-
first?
Yes,
We
I'm
need to
sorry.
finish our questions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're not.
If you had to go into the office 3 days a week, would you be looking for another job?
I already started looking.
Just going to go through my notes. Most of these are clarifying. You had talked about the move from Cherry Street to Waterbury, and a survey was done. Who administered that survey? Was it generated from the employees or the supervisors or administration?
I think that the staff of the Department of Health worked with our union to devise it, and then it was sent out via the union.
Okay.
But it was organized by the members of the Department of Health from 108 Cherry Street.
And I apologize if you said this, I just don't have that in my notes. And when did you actually start doing the second Tuesday of the month?
When we moved to the Waterbury office.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was in,
I can't quote an exact date, but I want to say it was May 2023. That's got to be somewhere.
all right. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
When you were talking about the Waterbury facility, you had mentioned that you wouldn't have a workstation there, but it was a hotel reservation or.
Yes.
Yeah. So what did you have at home? What was your workstation? What was the equipment or your workstation at home?
So I have an office at home with my desk. I have a laptop from the state. I have a docking station for the laptop from the state, and I have a monitor.
So if you were to go, the times when you did go into the office on that one Tuesday a month, you would bring your laptop?
I bring my laptop, yes. And then there is a docking station and 2 monitors on the desk.
And going back to the hiring process, when you had indicated your request to work remotely, you had indicated that they had a positive response. Can you recall what they said?
Yes, they agreed to that. I was living in East Montpelier at the time while I was building my house. It was a great distance, and they agreed to that. No, that is not a problem.
That's all that I had. Other than, is there any reason why we wouldn't get the executed copy of her original telework request?
Be fine with
Okay,
adding that to the record, sure.
so maybe we can call that 44A, and we'll make copies at the break.
Yes.
Ms. Phelps, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not.
44.
I have just probably a dated question.
Okay.
In your work life, in your home office, do you keep files at all? What I would think of as paper files, or is everything in the cloud or on your computer?
Electronic.
All right.
Mhm.
So when you went to Waterbury with your laptop, your files went with you because they're accessed via your computer? Is that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Right. You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
It's your time. Now, you said you have a witness whose
Yes.
schedule would be accommodated if we took testimony now.
Yes,
And you anticipate, since it's the noon hour, that will be brief
yes, I do.
and cross would be correspondingly brief.
We would expect that.
All right, let's do that.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you questions from here, and then if you could project your voice actually towards the windows,
Okay.
recording can go up. Okay, Mr. Nadu, you can, oh, sorry, you have me.
Your name, please.
My name is James Nadeau.
Take a shot. Nadeau.
That's correct.
Mr. Nato, do you solemnly swear or affirm under pains or penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Nadu, what do you do currently professionally?
I work for the Agency of Education. I am their education data administrator.
And when were you hired for that position?
In June of 2020.
And can you please generally describe your job duties for me?
There's a bunch of local education agencies around the state, and I collect the data that they submit to the state for federal and public reporting.
And who is your direct manager?
Jennifer Hicks.
And what is Ms. Hicks' job title?
She is the division director for the data division of the Agency of Education.
And are you a member of the VSEA?
Yes, ma'am.
And what unit do you belong to?
The supervisory unit.
And who is it that you supervise?
I supervise 3 people, Jamie Jarvis, Glad Bouchard, and Jean-Jacques Maury.
And what, at the time of your hire, what was the expectation of where you would be physically located while performing your work?
Remote. I've worked remotely for the last 5 years.
And who told you that?
The person who hired me,
Do you recall what their name is?
Wendy Geller.
And do you know Wendy Geller's job title?
At that time, she was the division director.
And what division was she the director
The
of?
division I worked in, the Agency of Education's data division.
And has that position since changed?
Yes.
Okay, who is it now?
Now it's Jennifer Hicks.
Thank you. And do you recall ever signing a telework agreement?
Yeah. Yes. Within the first couple of months of me working for the state, we had signed a telework agreement and a flexible working arrangement agreement.
And how often were you permitted under that telework agreement to work remotely?
All the time, 5 days a week.
And if you recall, what was the duration of the telework agreement that you signed?
I don't remember it having an ending. It was forever, all time.
Do you have a workstation that's outside of your home?
I have a workstation at the Agency of Education that I have never worked at.
And how do you know that it's there?
I've been there a couple times for various reasons. I was told that this one was mine.
About how many times have you been to that workstation?
Half a dozen, so 5 or 6 maybe. You know, when like a new employee came on, when we had laptop or equipment exchanges, I've been to a couple meetings for my division.
And so you said you had a designated workstation, is
Yes,
that correct? What equipment do you have at that workstation?
Currently just a desk. There was no chair. And as far as I know, there is still not a chair.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Did you say you had no chair?
Yeah, there's no chair at my duty station. There hasn't been a chair there for 3 years. I believe it was taken by someone who needed a chair.
Now, in the course of your normal duties, who do you work with regularly?
I usually work with people in the field, I'll call them, so people at local education agencies. I help support their data managers in entering data, ensuring it's high quality, and that it gets to us.
And where are these people located?
throughout the entire state.
And how do you communicate with these people?
Email, and then we also have a monthly Teams call because it's more convenient for everyone to have a virtual call rather than try to assemble everyone once a month. Place.
Logistically, if you were located in your duty station, would that Teams call
Yeah.
change?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Because all the people that I need to work with are distributed throughout the state, and it logistically doesn't make sense for us all to meet once a month without it being virtual.
And you've already testified that you have 3 subordinates. Are you aware of where they work
Yep.
out of?
Yep.
Please.
So one lives in New Hampshire, so she can't physically make it to the office in time and deal with her kids. And then the other 2 live within 30 or 40 minutes of Montpelier and have been working 3 days a week.
If I may, and I apologize, and I might have missed this, forgive me. Where is the workstation that you were
It's the National Light Building,
in Montpelier?
Montpelier.
Thank you.
And how do you typically communicate with your subordinates?
We have a stand-up meeting every day virtually, which we've had for the last 5 years. And if there's other things that we need to talk about, we can call each other on Teams.
And then do you regularly communicate? You've said that your supervisor or your manager rather is Jen Hicks. Do you
Yep.
regularly communicate with Jen Hicks?
Yeah, and we do that through Teams.
And where do you currently live?
I live in Middlebury, Vermont, which is about an hour and a half from here on a good day.
Did the expectation that you would work 5 days a week remotely ever change?
I have not been asked to work in the office. Is that your question?
Did that expectation that you would be working 5 days remotely ever change?
It has not changed for me. I am in a holding pattern as I wait for regional offices to be constructed or assembled for our division. I'm waiting. Supposed to hear more about that. I've asked several times for more information about that, and I have not heard anything from our secretary. Go ahead.
So we'll get into that a little bit later, but I'll draw your attention to August of 2025. When, if ever, did the expectation that you would need to come into a physical office as opposed to working remotely ever change?
Council has asked twice if the witnesses' expectations have changed, and now she's asking when the answer was no.
I can rephrase the question.
Please.
Sure. Do you recall receiving a series of emails from Agency of Administration Secretary Clark relating to?
Yes, I do. I recall that, and that's when I believe I had to fill out more paperwork to try to protect my work from home status.
Okay. And what sort of paperwork are you referring to that?
I filled out the flexible working arrangement and the telework request form, but maybe not in that particular order. No, it wasn't. I mistakenly filled out the flexible working arrangement form first because that's what I thought I needed to fill out. And then I was told many months later that I had to fill out the telework request, and that's what I was told to fill out. So I filled that out as well.
When do you first recall your managers discussing potentially adding more in-office time?
It would be directly after the announcement from Secretary Clark.
And who did you hear that from?
From my division director, Jennifer Hicks.
And what did Jen Hicks say?
She said that there would be an expectation that folks would have to be in the office due to a policy change by the governor, and that we were at that in August still trying to figure out what that meant. Then slowly over time, I think there was more questions asked by our staff, and the administration didn't really have any answers for us until early November. And even then, there wasn't really clear exactly what we were going to do. I don't think the paperwork was really figured out
until November 10th or so, which was about 10 days before the 20th due date that we were told we would have to get the paperwork done by.
And what, if any, reason was given for this change in policy?
I was told it was a change in the governor's policy to require people be on site 3 days a week.
What, if any, response did you receive from management concerning you testified earlier that you requested to stay 5 days a week remote. What, if any, response did you receive from management concerning that request?
So initially they told me it was not going to be acceptable with the governor's change in policy and that I would have to adhere to the 3-day-a-week schedule. However, they did admit that me driving an hour and a half to my duty station wasn't reasonable. So I'm still in this holding pattern where they're supposed to make me a regional office, but they haven't told me where that would be. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense because all the people I work with wouldn't be in that office.
And why? How do you know that they wouldn't be in that office?
Well, the people on my staff are on different parts of the state, and the two of them would report to Montpelier. The other person lives in New Hampshire, which is the other side of the state. So her regional office, I would hope, would be somewhere near her. So we would be spread across at least 3 offices.
And then what, if anything, have you heard concerning specifically your flexible working arrangement request?
So my first flexible working arrangement request was made sometime in early, I want to say late October, early November. And it took several requests for them to even respond to it. I think they were very busy trying to figure out all the paperwork for other people. They told me that they could not accept the request, and I forget the exact wording, but because it didn't meet the governor's standard of 3 days a week in office.
And did you ever complete a so-called exemption request?
I personally did not, but one was completed for me in that grouping of regional offices.
Who completed an exemption request for you?
Jennifer Hicks.
And then James, last question. If you are not assigned a regional hub close to home, what do you expect will happen with your job?
I can't drive into Montpelier that much. It would ruin my back and take me away from my kids. So I'd probably have to get a different job.
No further questions.
If I may.
You may.
Hi, I'm Chris Florian. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I'd just like to ask you a few questions to clarify your testimony.
Go for it.
Great. I'd like to start where you ended. I think you alluded to if you had to drive to Montpelier that frequently, it would ruin your back.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the option to request accommodations if you have physical issues?
I am aware of that, yeah.
And are you aware that those accommodations could include having to report less frequently than 3 days, potentially?
I do. I'm aware of that, but I feel like me having to do that is exposing my personal medical information to folks that wouldn't need to be required if I wasn't forced back into the office. I took this job because it was remote.
Understood. But are you also aware that and I certainly won't ask you about medical information in this forum, but are you aware that any medical information you provided as part of that process would be retained confidentially, that it wouldn't be shared?
Yeah, but I would still have to discuss it with people I don't know. Right.
Understood. And I believe you testified that you had completed a telework request form when you first came on board. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And that request form reflected that you would be working fully remotely 5 days a week.
Yes.
Do you recall if that request form contained a provision regarding the termination of telework?
I believe it can be terminated with a 2-week notice by my appointing authority.
And do you recall signing that form?
I do recall signing that form.
And I believe you testified that there's currently an exception request that's pending that was submitted by your supervisor for your group. Is that correct?
For the group of people trying to get regional offices, yes.
Who all is encompassed within that group?
I don't know the entire list of people. I know myself and one of my employees are on it.
And do you have any indication of how long that request may be pending?
I'm told it's supposed to be figured out by the 30th of March, but that doesn't really seem like there's enough time between now and then for there to be decisions made about what that would and how that would affect my life.
And while that request remains pending, am I correct in understanding that you are able to continue teleworking?
That's correct. I'm able to continue telework.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
I had one question. No, I had one. You had said that you first, after it became known, or there was an announcement that,
Sarah Clark. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, that you would need to fill out a telework, that there was going to be a change and that you had to work in the office for 3 days a week. You said that you first filled out a flexible work arrangement form first. Why did you do that?
I thought that was the correct form to fill out. I didn't realize there was a difference between the flexible working arrangement.
So why did you think that was the correct form?
It seemed like the correct wording for me at the time. I don't know. I was rushing to try to do something. Yeah. And it seemed like there was a mistake. Yeah.
No, just, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
I was confused at which form to use. Was
Sure.
pretty much the answer.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Ms. Phelps?
I have no questions.
I have one, when you were reiterating your paperwork request.
Yeah.
You referred to they in terms of who approved or who reviewed. Who are they?
So they would be Jennifer Hicks, which is my division director, and Jill Briggs Campbell, who is the deputy secretary of the Agency of Education.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Neto before he's excused?
No, thank you.
Thank you
Very
all.
much.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you so much.
12:20. 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Assuming we have the clock right, let us take a lunch break until 1 in the afternoon. 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes,
Yes.
you have a witness.
Yes, the union calls Amy Dodge.
Hi there, everybody.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dodge.
Good afternoon to you.
Before we begin, I'm David Boulanger. I'm chairing the session today. With me is Gwen Peters, a BLRB board member, and with us remotely is Michelle Phelps, a board member as well, and of course, Ms. Dillon, the executive director. Before we begin, I have an oath for you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under pains or penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And because you are a remote witness, I also have some instructions for you. Unless directed by me as the Labor Relations Board chairperson, when you are testifying, there should be no one else in the room with you, and there should be no one in your location able to overhear your testimony. You may not consult with anyone during your testimony. You should have access to the exhibits about which you will be testifying. You should not look at or make reference to notes or any other documents or materials other than the exhibit to which you are testifying unless allowed to do so by the board. Any devices used by you when testifying should only be used to view the exhibit to which you are testifying.
Okay.
All right, let's begin.
Thank you. All right. Hi, Amy. This is a little clumsy of a format here because I'm actually looking at you up on a large screen instead of directly at you, but I'll try. Just pretend you're right here in front of me. Okay. So, Amy, what do you currently do professionally?
I work for the Agency of Education. I'm the post-secondary programs coordinator in the Flexible Pathways Division.
And how long have you held that position?
3.5 years.
Can you tell me a little bit about your day-to-day, generally telling me about your job duties?
I meet with high school counselors, college advisors, administrators, students, and families throughout the day. Different organizations such as VSEA and the Vermont School Counselors Association. I have several meetings every day. I do a lot of tech support. I support the dual enrollment system, which is a system that keeps track of vouchers that provide tuition coverage for high school students. I primarily work with dual enrollment, early college situations.
So you use one acronym, which is VSAC. Can you tell me what that is?
The Vermont Student Assistance Corporation.
And is that a state of Vermont agency, or is that an external from the state of Vermont?
External.
And all the other organizations that you listed, are those internal to the Agency of Education, or are they external from the Agency of Education?
External.
And how long have you held this position?
3.5 years.
And before you held this position as post-secondary pathway program coordinator, what jobs did you have?
I've worked in education in Vermont my whole career. So I started at the South Royalton School as the administrative assistant to the principal. I was there for 19 years. And after my daughter graduated high school, I went on to work at the Community College of Vermont as an advisor, student advisor. And after that, I worked for VSAC as a program manager for the Gear Up program. And then I started working here.
And did you apply for the post-secondary pathway program position, or were you recruited for that position?
I applied for it. I definitely applied for it, but they knew I'm familiar. I work with all, the school counselors and with the Agency of Education when I worked at VSAC. So I was.
And go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, it's fine.
So what has been your performance rating while you've worked in your current position?
I've had 3 different evaluations, and I think excellent and outstanding. My last one was outstanding.
And is that the highest performance rating that you can achieve?
It is, yes.
And if you can recall, who specifically hired you for your role?
Jessica Careless and Ryan Parkman.
And Jessica Careless, what is that person's position?
She was a Student Pathways Division Director.
And Ryan Parkman?
He was the Personalized Learning Team Program Manager.
Shifting gears a little bit, where do you live?
I live in South Carolina.
And is that consistent throughout the year?
It is not. No, I seasonally camp in the summertime in Randolph, Vermont.
And how long have you had this situation where you go back and forth between South Carolina?
4 years.
I'm sorry, that's 4 years?
Yes, 4 years.
Thank you.
At the time of your hire, was I'm sorry, is it DeCarlos? I think I
Yeah,
might have
DeCarlos.
DeCarlos, thank you.
Yeah,
And Ryan Parkman aware of your living situation?
definitely.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, they encouraged me to apply for the position. They encouraged me to take the position. The reason I switched from my other job was so that I could be remote. That was the purpose of, and it promoted, the change in my lifestyle was because I took this job.
So at the time that you took this position, what were the expectations set for you about your requirement to perform your work in person versus from South Carolina?
My requirements were I come back and spend the months of June through September in Vermont and work remotely from our camping area, which it sounds a little strange, but yes, I have a very nice camper. It's like a house. I'm getting a lot of bounce back. I don't know if it's your computer. I'm hearing an echo.
Okay, hold on. Technical difficulties. My audio is off.
Okay. Oh, and I'm not hearing it. Oh, no.
Did it resolve?
No. I can keep going. Anyway, so the plan was that I was in Vermont from June till September, and then I present at conferences, state conferences. So I come back 3 times a year to present, and I spend 1 to 2 weeks when I do that, and I visit schools and do presentations and have it all planned. So I plan it all out. I'll do in-school presentations when I'm in Vermont and present for VSAC, the Vermont School Counselors Association, and another one for VSAC. So, and I also present well, I've been, throughout the country presenting about early college and dual enrollment.
And does that change whenever you're in Vermont? How often that you work in person with other people, or is it about the same?
It's the same. Most of my meetings are virtual. I do a lot of remote meetings. I meet every day with people all over the state of Vermont on Teams. It's kind of the way things are now. It's how we can be most efficient and get to as many school counselors and, do our equity meetings and such as to be able to do it over Teams.
And in the course of your day-to-day work, how often are you interacting with other employees at the Agency of Education?
We have bi-weekly team meetings, and I have a check-in with my program manager once a week. So I have once a week check-in with my program manager, bi-weekly team meetings. There's only 3 of us, so we kind of connect whenever we need to, kind of thing. And then once a month, there's all AOE team meeting, and on that same day, there's another team meeting for our education division.
And how do you typically attend those all AOE team meetings?
Remotely on Teams.
Are you the only one?
No, there's several.
Okay. Direct your attention back to when you were hired for your position. Do you recall if you ever memorialized your remote working arrangement in any way?
Well, we did our telework agreement and had that signed by both the division director and Heather Bushy, or I don't know how you pronounce Bushy, Heather her, the Secretary of Education, she knew I worked remote.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you. There's a little chat suggesting what the problem might be. I tried it, but that wasn't what the problem is. I muted everything. So if you can have her get that response again, I apologize because that it may not have been recorded, even though.
Sure. If you want to go back to how often or how do you appear at those bi-weekly team meetings?
I appear remotely over Teams.
And are you the only one that appears in
No.
that way?
No, there's several people that join remotely.
And then going back to your hire, the time of your hire, do you recall if you ever memorialized your remote working arrangement?
I signed a telework agreement that said that I would work from home Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4:30.
If you hang with me for just a second, I'm going to show you a document, but I've got to share it, so it takes just a second here.
I'm still hearing the echo.
All right, are you able to see this, Amy?
I am, yes.
I'm going to scroll through it. This is VSEA Exhibit 56. It's already been admitted into the record. Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And what is this?
My telework agreement, my second telework agreement with the same information.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to the first page of this agreement. And there's a duration here and it's TBA. What does that mean?
Be announced.
And this has a date of 12/13/2023. Do you recall signing a telework agreement after this time?
No, that's it.
So I'm going to direct your attention to about August of 2025. Did the expectations of how often you would be in the office change or not change at that time?
Yeah, in the beginning of August, we got an email from the secretary, I think Secretary Clark, saying that they were considering having state employees come back to the office. And then shortly after, I think it was like 2 weeks after, we got another email saying that we were going back to the office. And yeah.
Were there any, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Were there any parameters that were put around how frequently you would be going back to the office?
Not in the beginning. It was very, like the August 8th didn't say anything. I think it was like the second or third or maybe even the fourth email where they said that it was December 1, we got the date.
And did you speak with anyone about how this would impact you?
Definitely. Yeah, I started reaching out the day I got the first email saying that they were thinking about it.
And who did you reach out to?
First, my program manager, Ryan Parkman, and then, just a careless left. So Lisa Helm took over as the assistant director for my division. So him and he connected me with Lisa, the next step on the ladder. And she basically, the first time we met, told me that, you know, I was a great employee. They hired me to I was remote, that they were going to be flexible. It was going to take a long time before anything were to happen. That she supported me, and just to be calm, we'll figure it out.
And if I could just, I'm just getting information on the extent of the echoing, and it's not as bad if, for short answers, and if she, her response is maybe a little bit slower, but I'm trying to figure out what it might be, but that's maybe a interim fix.
I'll say you're not echoing in the room. So if you feel like you yourself are echoing, you sound clear here.
Okay. That's good to know.
Okay. So in what mode did you have this discussion with Lisa, or what modes of communication did you use with Lisa?
Just Teams, mostly Teams chat, Teams meeting. We talked. I don't think we had any emails back and forth until later on, after things came out.
I'm going to show you another document. It's oops, that's not what she wants to. That would be, I'm sorry. All right. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as VSEA Exhibit 57. I'm going to scroll through it. Amy, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And what is it?
It's a conversation I had with Lisa Helm regarding the return to office mandate.
And is it a screenshot of the conversations from August 27th, 2025 through November 14th, 2025?
It is, yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the Teams chat that you had with Lisa Helm?
It is, yes.
I'd like to move for the admission of VSEA Exhibit 57.
Sorry, one moment. No objection.
Thank you. Amy, to your knowledge, at this time when you were sharing this conversation with Ms. Helm, what was required in order for you to keep your job with the state of Vermont and your current living situation?
It was very confusing. At the beginning, I didn't know. So Lisa reached out. So they hired a replacement for just a careless, Erin Davis. And so she reached out, Lisa gave Erin the heads up on who I was because she was so brand new, she didn't know who I was. It was quite a while before I actually figured out if I had any options at all. So I was left hanging for quite a while, not knowing my fate, I guess. If I had to like get on a plane and try to find a place to live, or if I could, it was pretty confusing and stressful there for a while until we got some information on that in order to keep my job, I had to relocate.
And who told you that in order to keep your job, you had to relocate?
Came in an email from Secretary Clark that if you lived out of state, your only choice you had was to move, to relocate.
And was there a deadline that was associated with that choice?
Yeah, you had to, I think it was November 14th, you had to have paperwork. You had to submit your intentions in writing to your manager or whoever was, so it was Erin Davis. So I had to submit my intentions to her by, I think, November 14th. But nobody really, so no, I had to submit my intentions like in an email, just nobody knew really how to do it. So they just told me that I should just email Erin, and I basically quoted the information that was in the FAQs that Secretary Clark was sending out. And then I kept asking, like, is there a form? Like, what's the next step? Do I have to create a new telework agreement? What do I have to do? And I didn't hear anything back until it was due November 14th, and I received instructions on what to do on November 14th, and I had to have it done by the end of the day. So that was kind of a
And so we'll return to that in just a second, but I wanted to clarify for the record, when you say you had to state your intentions, what do you mean by that?
I had to say that I was going to return to Vermont and work there by June 30th.
What's the significance of June 30th for you?
That was what was in the email from Secretary Clark, that the waiver was going to grant us permission to find a way to relocate, but we had to have it done we have to go back to the office by October 30th. I'm sorry, June 30th.
And so does that have any relation to your job duties, that June 30th deadline?
No.
To your knowledge? Does that have any relation to your particular situation, that date for returning?
No, I think it was a unilateral, any person who lived out of it. Well, that's what it was in the email. If you lived out of state and you were willing to relocate, they gave you till June 30th to do it.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up another document, so watch me fumble here for a few seconds. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as, excuse me. I'm going to show you VSEA Exhibit 58A. And do you recognize this document?
I do, yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this?
That's the email I received on the 14th telling me that I had to have everything done by the 14th.
Okay. And let's see. And you'll notice that in this email, there's an attachment that's referenced. I'm going to have you look at what's been admitted as VSEA Exhibit 58B. Do you recall if this is the attachment that was in that email?
Yeah, it's the PowerPoint on how to request your waiver. I don't know if they're calling it a waiver, but
So prior to the fall of 2025, when had you been required to meet a hybrid work standard?
never,
And then prior to the fall of 2025, when did you ever have to complete an exemption request form?
never.
What steps have you taken at this point to meet that hybrid work standard as laid out by the Secretary of Administration?
We're working on building an apartment in my father-in-law's basement so that I can relocate.
And do you have an estimate of the cost for that project?
Right now, we're in about 10,000, and that's just getting the bathroom started. It'll probably, with everything we have to do and switch around from not being in the camper, because I can't afford to do the camper and get this place put together. Probably gonna be, I don't know, 25, 30,000 to get it closed in, and so we can have a private space, I guess.
And what happens with your home in South Carolina?
I don't know. I don't know right now. I'm kind of the seat of my pants trying to get things figured out. I need to keep my job, so I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do yet.
And how do you anticipate that your job will change after you've relocated back to Vermont?
Well, I'm gonna be 3 days in the office, which is gonna be really quite difficult for me considering how many remote meetings I have every day and how the space is not effective. Sorry, did you?
Why is that? Why will it be difficult for your remote meetings? Can you give me more detail?
Because a lot of my meetings are confidential and it's not something, I don't know if you've been in the Agency of Education's offices, but they're all open. And whenever if I go in there during the summertime, if I have any meetings, I have to go into, they're called, focus rooms. And there's only like 3 focus rooms. So if you can't get into a focus room, I mean, I find myself like quite often sitting by the elevator with my headphones on so that I can have a little bit of privacy. And that's about the best privacy you can get if you can't get a focus room. And I have on a daily basis between 4, 6, 7 hours worth of meetings. That's my prime way of what I do, how I do my work.
All right, I think that I have no further questions.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hi, Ms. Dodge. My name is Chris Florian. I'm an assistant attorney general. How are you?
I'm good. I don't think I can see you, but I guess that's,
I may
Hold
be
on.
able to.
That's me. Give me a moment. Wave your hand.
I'm right here.
hi there, Chris.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to ask you a few questions to clarify your testimony.
Sure.
So based on your testimony, you've been fully remote since you started your current position. Are you familiar with the state's telework policy?
I am familiar with the document I signed, yes.
And the document you signed, you mean the telework request form, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Pat, would you mind pulling up the
Which one do you want?
56, please? One moment, please. Thank you. So is this the form that you were speaking of, the telework request form?
Yes,
And do you recall? You could scroll down just a little bit, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Down. As you see at the top of the screen, do you recall the termination provision on that telework request form?
I do, yes.
And that paragraph says telework is a voluntary program provided at the sole discretion of the appointing authority and may be terminated by the employee or employer at any time with or without cause. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
And you signed the form at the page 3, correct?
I did, correct.
Take it down.
Yes, thank you. And I believe you submitted an exceptions request. Do you
I
recall
did,
doing that?
yes.
Yes. Was that exception request in connection with your current move back to Vermont?
Yes,
And do you know the current status of that request?
no,
So is it possible that that request remains pending at this time?
I guess I have not heard a word since November 14th when I submitted the form.
And while that request remains pending, you aren't being required to work in person, correct?
I'm not, no.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No redirect.
Questions?
I just had a few questions. So have you been to where is the office, your workstation? If you're required to return to workstation or work site, where is that located?
4th floor of the National Life Building in Montpelier.
Okay, and is that floor entirely occupied by Department of Education employees,
It
if you
is.
know? And how many employees work?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if they have the whole floor. I don't know the answer to that either, but I do know our division's on the 4th floor.
Okay, and you had said it's an open office. What does that mean?
It's like cubicles and they come up to like chest height. So you can see over the next 4 people. I actually have never been to this 4th floor. They did a reorganization and they moved us from the 5th floor to the 4th floor.
Okay,
It's the same setup, but
okay. And do you know how many focus rooms are on the 4th floor?
2 or 3 maybe.
That's all I have.
Ms. Phelps?
So my question actually was about your work space as well. You mentioned working near an elevator. So is your cubicle near the elevator?
No, there's just a nice chair there and nobody walks by there, so it's kind of private. So you can, it's hard to hear when you're in the main office because everybody's talking and you can hear like the person next to you, the person on the other side of you, the person on this side of you. So if you want to really be able to listen to somebody, you can't, they don't give you noise canceling headphones, so I didn't buy any for myself. I just used the regular ones. So one, if you want to hear anything, leaving your space is your best bet. And two, if you want to have confidentiality. I mean, if it's high, like if nobody else can hear me, I'll reschedule if I can't get a focus room. But if I need to, just have a conversation with somebody, you have to go someplace else where it's quiet.
Okay,
There's a
thank
little
you.
lunchroom too that people go in and sit, so you can, like, when no one else is there, you can have a little space there as well. Pretty
Okay, thank
noisy.
you. Those are all my questions.
I have no questions. Are there any other questions?
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Jen?
Okay, so just to clarify, have you been to the new workspace that you would be working within, or?
No, they
Have you-
just moved it like 2 weeks ago. So no, I have not. I was on the 5th floor when I left in September.
So what is the
Same
information?
building. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you know what the setup is in the new space that you'll be in?
My boss sent me pictures because I had to do the ergonomic for my desk and get all my stuff set up and get my monitors moved. So I've seen it. I've videoed with Ryan Parkman to see what our space looked like. And they talk about it all the time. How hard it is. And I mean, well, because I'm in a meeting with them and they're like, wait, we can't hear you. Hold on a minute. So it's the same circumstance as it was when I was there before.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Good afternoon.
Okay. Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And the union calls Lisa Tromboli. So Lisa, if you want to. Okay, she's joining now.
Okay.
All right, Lisa, we see you.
Okay, great.
This is a little clumsy because I'll be asking you questions, but you're actually on a screen beside me, so I'm looking at you when I'm here. There we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tromboli. My name is David Boulanger. I'm chairing today's hearing. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Great. And you're speaking up and coming through loudly and clearly. That's helpful to us all. Before we begin, I have an oath for you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under pains or penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Since you are a witness who is testifying remotely, I have some instructions for you as well. Unless directed by me as the Labor Relations Board Chairperson, when you are testifying, there should be no one else in the room with you, and there should be no one in your location able to overhear your testimony. You may not consult with anyone during your testimony. You should have access to the exhibits about which you will be testifying. You should not look at or make reference to notes or any other documents or materials other than the exhibit to which you are testifying, unless allowed to do so by the board. Any devices used by you when testifying should only be used to view the exhibit to which you are testifying. Thank you. Let's begin.
All right, Mr. Boley, call you Lisa. That's okay. So what do you do, when did you start working for the state of Vermont?
I began working for the state of Vermont in March of 2017.
And what did you do with the state of Vermont when you first started working there?
I became first employed by the state of Vermont as an investigative social worker for the St. Albans DCF office under the Family Services Division.
And can you tell us, what is DCF?
DCF stands for the Department of Children and Families.
And did you hold any other positions with the state of Vermont?
Yes, all of which fell under the DCF heading. I was a senior family services worker at the Centralized Intake and Emergency Services Hotline, as well as the high-end system of care staffing coordinator for central office.
So that first, the senior family services, can you tell me roughly when did you hold that title?
I held that title roughly from August of 2021 to August of 2023.
And then I believe you said you had another position, is that correct?
Yes, I transitioned to central office in August of 2023.
So in August of 2023, and then so what was the position that you held at central office in August of 2023?
The high-end system of care staffing coordinator.
Okay, and is that the latest position that you held with the state of Vermont?
Yes, that's correct.
If you can tell me, where were you physically located performing your work when you were the senior family services representative until August 2023?
I was my workstation was at the Hurricane Lane address in Williston, Vermont. I was there 3 days a week and working remotely from home in Essex Junction 2 days a week.
And what, if anything, changed in your family situation in August of 2023?
In August of 2023, my family relocated from Vermont down to Southern Connecticut. Yes, we had bought a home.
Okay. And did you share that information with anybody at DCF?
Yes, of course.
And did you do that prior to August of 2023?
Yes, I had started looking for a home in Southern Connecticut in the spring of 2022, once I learned I was pregnant with my second child. Neither my husband nor myself had any blood relatives in Vermont. However, my husband was born and raised in Norwalk, Connecticut, and that is where the majority of our extended family lived. And so we began planning to relocate our family in the spring of 2022, and we closed on our home in July of 2023.
And you said that you discussed it with somebody. And so as it specifically relates to DCF management, who did you discuss this relocation with?
Initially, while I was still employed at Centralized Intake and Emergency Services, I had discussed this move with both Diane Jabber and Smilin Dooley. They were the director and assistant director at Centralized Intake Emergency Services.
And that's respectively, Diane was. Great. And then did you discuss it with anyone else?
Yes, once I had learned that I was unable to continue in my role as a senior family services worker for the Centralized Intake and Emergency Services Department, I discussed my move with Brenda Gooley, the Director of Operations, and Erica Radke, our Deputy Commissioner.
And what exactly did you discuss with them relating to your job and your move?
During that summer of 2023, Erica Radke had publicized a temporary position within central office. It was titled the High-End System of Care Staffing Coordinator. The position had been advertised as a 3-month temporary reassignment, relieving the person who would be stepping into that role of their duties wherever they were currently at Family Services, and having them take a temporary 3-month position for central office, given the high needs of the children and the high number of children that we had been quote unquote staffing across the state.
Okay, so let me back up for a second then and let you kind of explain for us this latest position, the high-end staffing coordinator. What do you do in your day-to-day duties?
Every day could look different. However, the bulk of my work was emergency triaging of care and supervision of high-end youth in DCF custody.
What does that mean, high-end youth?
A high-end youth could be described as a high needs child or adolescent due to reasons such as delinquency acts, acute mental illness, being on the autism spectrum, having exorbitant medical needs like feeding tubes, cerebral palsy, therapeutic care like vibration vests, or youth or teens who are at high risk of human trafficking due to unsafe situations.
And so in your role, in this new temporary role, what were you charged to do with this population?
I was basically in charge of facilitating all meetings related to the entry of a youth into what we consider the high-end system of care. They were all displaced from their pre-existing level of care, whether that be foster care, residential care, etc., based on their needs. And so I was responsible for identifying and solidifying the space at which we would care for them, coordinating the staffing pattern for 2-to-1 at all times care and supervision of the children, their meals and how to get food and beverage and medication to where they were being cared for, and enrichment, whether that be extracurriculars, education, etc.
And so when you say you were coordinating the staffing, who were the staff that you were coordinating?
So initially, when this crisis came about shortly after COVID, it had been predominantly FSWs or family services workers, current employees of DCF. In order to relieve FSWs from some of that work, we had entered into a contract with TLC Nursing Associates. And so we have 4 contracted employees at any given time under that contract that I oversaw, We also had what we call out-of-home respite providers. They were licensed for out-of-home temporary care of foster children through the local resource coordinators, district to district. So I was coordinating their care via multiple pools of supports.
So you mentioned TLC nursing is the, you said it was a contract. Were they state of Vermont employees?
Not technically, no. They were employees of TLC Nursing Associates.
And the respite providers?
They were, I would say, ad hoc
Were they
respite
state
providers.
employees? I'm sorry. Were they state of Vermont employees?
No.
And in your day-to-day, who else do you communicate other than the organizations that you've already described?
I would need to collaborate daily with district directors across the state of Vermont, operations managers that covered the state of Vermont. There were 3 regional operations managers, in addition to their supervisor, Brenda Boley, who was the operations manager, director of operations, I'm sorry, for FSD, as well as Erica Radke, our deputy commissioner, and at times, Secretary Kristen McClure.
And these district directors, were they located in one area of Vermont or multiple areas of Vermont?
Multiple areas of Vermont.
And the operations manager, was that one area of Vermont or multiple areas?
Brenda covered the entire state. However, she was based out of Waterbury.
So at this point, you've told us that you took this 3-month temporary position. Did the temporary status of that position ever change?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that.
After about a year of being in the so-called temporary position, I had completed an RFR at the recommendation of my direct supervisor. He was the manager of the high-end system of care staffing unit. And at that point, my position was approved to become a classified full-time position.
Do you happen to know what RFR stands for?
Is it a request for reclassification?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that request for review for reclassification, was that approved?
Yes, it was.
Was your position considered home-based? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It was certainly considered home-based for me. I don't know that it made pen to paper anywhere as such, but it was well known across the state that I worked from home from Southern Connecticut.
And do you recall if you ever signed a telework agreement?
I don't recall that, no.
In your role as the HECS coordinator, were you ever evaluated in that role?
Yes.
And do you recall what your evaluation ranking was?
I think the word is exemplary, or I forget, outstanding. I forget what the check mark is, but I've always had outstanding performance evaluations at FSD.
And when, if ever, did you receive any accolades for your performance in your role?
So there would be regular shout outs to my name in the Central Office Weekly newsletter that was published to FSD All weekly, and most notably the now district director at Centralized Intake and Emergency Services nominated me for the Youth Justice Summit Award in 2024 after a year of being in my position, having promoted the welfare and well-being of youth in DCF custody.
And for your role, what type of specialized knowledge did you bring for for your most recent HECS coordinator position, I should say?
Certainly. So as an ongoing family services worker in St. Albans, I had direct knowledge of case management and care and supervision of high-end youth in high-end staffing situations. I had been charged with staffing a high-end teen male in DCF custody at a hotel in St. Albans in 2021, at which time I was assaulted during that work. And so I have intimate knowledge of how volatile and precarious the staffing of high-end youth can be firsthand. Additionally, I have extensive knowledge working after hours, often 4 to midnight during weeknights or on the weekends as a senior family services worker for the hotline, a lot of times which we oversaw and coordinated these high-end staffings as more often than not, they would erupt after hours, after DCF offices had closed. Additionally, I have extensive knowledge in areas of high-end youth, whether that be, managing the care of youth with autism spectrum disorders, mental health diagnoses. I have intimate relationships with district directors across the state, as well as other highly involved stakeholders in central office, like our human trafficking case manager and interstate compact liaison, Tracy Casanova, our deputy state's attorney, Ashley Harriman, and others.
Okay, and so specifically about the DCF leadership, can you recall any specific conversations that you had with DCF leadership about your living situation in Connecticut?
Yes. I was in regular transparent communication with my direct supervisor, manager Tyler Allen, who is on the family services leadership management team, Brenda Gooley, director of operations, and Erica Radke, our deputy commissioner, about where I lived and how I was able to do my work from home, as the majority, if not all, of my meetings were often emergency basis. For example, if a child was suddenly asked to leave the Brookhaven Home for Boys, and statewide, no foster care provider would be able to care for that youth based on their current presentation, it would often be at the drop of a dime that I would have to facilitate a meeting in order to make sure that that child had a place to sleep that night and to be cared for.
And so you did that remotely from Connecticut?
Yes.
And your line of supervision was aware you were doing that from Connecticut, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
All right, I want to take you to August of 2025. Okay. When, if ever, do you recall about the expectation of your fully remote work changing?
I specifically recall it was a Friday afternoon around 2 p.m. when I got the first statewide email that was sent to everyone indicating that Governor Phil Scott was going to start the planning of having all state of Vermont employees return to the workplace at a minimum of 3 days a week come December of 2025.
And what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Complete shock, dismay, fear, completely upset and devastation.
And when you learned about that news, did you share that information with anyone else?
My husband.
Well, I'm sorry, at DCF, your management structure. Should be more specific.
Yes, my fellow colleagues that I was close with, my direct supervisor, I texted Tyler right away, as it seemed very abrupt and had no prior knowledge of such an inducement.
And just for the record, if Tyler, meaning Tyler Allen, is that right?
That's correct.
And what's Tyler Allen's job title?
He is the high-end system of care unit manager.
And is he in the supervisor's unit, or is he in management with the state?
He is in management. He's a part of the Family Services Management Team, FSMT, who reports directly to Erica Radke.
And at that time, what did your manager Tyler Allen say to you?
He said something to the effect of like, "Oh my gosh, this is not, I had no idea. I'm worried. I'm going to talk to Erica and see what's going on."
And what, if any, process was communicated to you about not complying with this new standard?
The new standard was set to begin on December 1st. And so my commute to anywhere in Vermont would have been over 3 hours. And so it was realistic for me. And so the next option I was provided was to consider relocating back to Vermont, and then we have until June 1st of 2026 to do that, and then at that point we would have to meet the standard. Another avenue that we were offered was to file a formal exemption or exception request, and so that's what I chose to do, as I, in good faith, could not say I would consider relocating back to Vermont because that was not truthful.
And so did you file an exceptions request?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you hear about your exceptions request after you filed it?
So my manager, Tyler Allen, collected all of our exception requests and filed all of them as a unit collectively. There are 3 members of my team who live out of state, and there are 3 members of our unit who live in Vermont. I learned quickly after we submitted our request that the 3 people who lived in Vermont were denied their exception request. I was told by Tyler that mine, his, and my other colleague, Laura, our exemption requests were approved at the secretary's office level, and then have been answered up to the agency of administration level for consideration.
And what, if anything, did you hear about that, the approval or denial at that agency of administration level?
To this day, I have not heard anything. I stay in communication with Tyler. We're friendly colleagues, and he too is in a position where he has been working remotely from Arizona for the last year, effectively, and he recently closed on a home in Arizona last month. So I've been just checking in on him and seeing how he's doing and if his exception request has been approved.
And so you just testified that you stay in communication with him. Is he no longer your boss?
He is no longer my boss.
And why is that?
Out of fear of being laid off from the state of Vermont, I went ahead and pursued my social work license for the state of Connecticut, which I passed the board exams and received my certification. And I applied for a job as a school social worker in Greenwich, Connecticut, which I accepted last month.
So when was your last day with the state of Vermont?
It was January 23rd, 2026.
Thank you, Lisa. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trimboli, my name is Wendy Chen. I'm an Assistant Attorney General and I'm representing the state in this matter. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Going to ask you a few questions. So I just want to make sure I have some of this information correct. So you were employed by the state of Vermont continuously from March 2017 to last month, January 2026?
Yeah, that's correct. I was coming up on my 9 years with the state.
And during that time, was there a period of time when you went by a different last name?
Yes, my maiden name, Lisa Ataconis. I got married in 2020.
And would you agree that as a state employee, it was your responsibility to know and follow state policies and procedures?
In general, yes.
And are you familiar with the state's telework policy, policy number 11.9?
I'm aware of a telework policy being in place.
And I believe you testified earlier that you weren't sure, you didn't know if you had ever submitted a telework request during your employment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
So,
We'll stipulate if you have the document to
Okay,
make
yeah.
it easier.
and the only issue I'm having is, sort of make sure I have the form and I'm not mistaken. Right. So what is the best way to be able to show this? To email it? Should I email it to you and?
Sure, I mean, for purposes of time, since we're stipulating to it,
Yeah.
I can show it to her
Okay.
on the camera if you're
Okay, yeah.
amenable to it, okay.
Well,
If
pass
that's
this
all right.
over. Like a,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it would pause for just a second.
No, I can see it now. I just moved over, Catherine.
That's
Yes.
it, yes. Ms. Ledoux, could you log out for just a minute? Thank you.
Oh, geez. Wow.
You can also, I don't know, it might be better to email it and then share it so she can see the whole thing.
No, I can
Let's-
see it. My memory has been refreshed.
So the VSEA will stipulate that this document, whatever you want to mark it, is the signed telework agreement for Mr. Bolt.
But 64? Or no, you want it as your exhibit?
well, the state's exhibit, so
Yes.
that probably makes more sense to do
Yep.
it as triple P, P as in Peter.
This is my copy.
Yes. And so, Ms. Trimboli, do you recognize this document that's now been marked as exhibit PPE?
Yes, it feels like eons ago, but yes.
And can you tell me what it is?
That was the original telework agreement and work schedule that had been approved for the 3-month temporary reassignment position, as it was publicized or advertised back in 2023, I believe.
So,
No.
do you mind showing Ms. Trimboli the third page or the last page of this exhibit?
September of 2021. Oh, maybe that's when I was postpartum. Um, I had just delivered my first child in April of 2021, and I was on maternity leave from uh April of 2021 until August or September of 2021. And so that would have been right when I left St. Albans as a front end investigative social worker and assumed the senior family services position at the Hurricane Lane office in Williston. Forgive me.
And so I just want to confirm, this was a request to telework, 1 day per week between October 25th, 2021 and November 11th, 2022. Is that right?
Um,
We could also take a break so that this witness has an opportunity to look at the document.
I'm so sorry.
We can do
Let's,
that.
let's break for 10 minutes so we can straighten out documents and for the witness to see and perhaps for the board to get copies as well, if this is going to be offered for admission.
Yes.
Right?
Me, I'm
So
sorry.
we'll come back at 2:30. We'll come back at 2:30. All right, we're all back and recording. And Ms. Chen?
Thank you for putting that up on the screen. So is it fair to say, Ms. Tromboli, that this was a request you submitted to the state to telework 1 day a week for the period 10/25/2021 to 11/11/2022?
Yes.
I move to admit what's been marked as exhibit PPP.
No objection.
I know you testified a little bit to the earlier, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. So looking at the last page, where there's a line for signature of division manager or director, and effectively signed with Diane Jabbar. Who is Diane Jabbar again at that time? And so when she signed it, when it was signed 9/28/2021.
Diane Jabber had been the director of the centralized intake and emergency services unit at the Department for Children and Families.
And below her signature is what appears to be the signature of an Erica Radke above the line for signature of appointing authority or designee. Who was Erica Radke at that time?
The Deputy Commissioner of Family Services.
And do you recall who the commissioner of DCF was at that time? Sorry, the commissioner of the Department for Children and Families?
The only other name that I recall is Sean Brown, but I don't know if he had been or not at the time.
And the Department for Children and Families, that's part of the state of Vermont's Agency of Human Services, is that right?
Yes.
And did you submit any other telework requests during your employment prior to the implementation of the hybrid work standard in December 2021?
I clearly don't recall. I'm sorry.
And sorry, I know you took that form back and I think that's fine, but so did you understand when you submitted that telework request from 2021 that telework was a privilege that the state could revoke at any time?
Yes.
So I believe you testified earlier, you also submitted an exception request to be accepted from the 3-day on-site hybrid work standard. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that request, to strike that. So did you testified earlier that you had accepted the staffing coordinator position with the deputy commissioner's understanding that you were planning to move to Connecticut full-time?
Yes.
And the deputy commissioner at that time was Erica Radke,
Yes.
and she approved. Did she approve your request to work remotely full-time?
With Ernest.
And did she approve? So this is Ms. Radke. Did she approve your living in Connecticut full-time and teleworking from out of state?
She was aware of all of that. In support, yes. I don't know if she approved formally anything.
And let me just make sure. And do you know, so when you were hired into the staffing coordinator position, do you know who the commissioner of the Department for Children and Family was at that point?
I don't recall, no.
Do you know if the commissioner of the Department for Children and Families had approved your living and working from out of state?
I do not know.
Do you know if the secretary of the Agency of Human Services, approved your living and working out of state?
I do not know.
And I believe you testified earlier that you did not know the status of your exception request. Is that right?
Correct.
And so to your knowledge, it had not been denied before your employment with the state ended?
Sure.
And did both of your direct supervisor and strike that, sorry. Did your direct supervisor support your exception request?
Yes.
Did the Deputy Commissioner Radke support your exception request? No.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Do you know if the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families supported your request?
To that, I'm not sure.
Do you know if the Agency of Human Services Secretary supported your request?
I'm aware that my exception request was supported by the secretary's office. That's the language that my direct supervisor, Tyler Allen, used.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the Secretary of the Agency of Human Services, not the Secretary of the Agency of Administration.
I'm so sorry. I don't know. He just said the secretary's office.
But I know you don't know what the status of your exception request was, but were you able to continue teleworking full time through the end of your employment?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Trivoli. Those are my questions for you. I appreciate your time and I appreciate your work for the state.
My pleasure. Thank you.
No redirect.
Questions?
Two more questions. I had one question. So you had mentioned that in your, not sure if it's a division or your group, there were 3 members who live in Vermont and there were 3 members who live outside of Vermont. And that the 3 members who lived in Vermont who were looking for an exception, their requests were denied. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know why they were denied?
My understanding is that a bulk of their job description and expectation is to travel out of state a lot anyway. And that because they lived physically in Vermont, it was expected that they could accommodate or meet the standard otherwise.
Okay. And as far as you know, there are, other than yourself, there are 2 folk who lived, 2 employees within your group who lived outside Vermont. And as far as you know, do you know what the status of their exception requests are?
Last I knew, they were still pending review and approval or denial.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Ms. Phelps?
I have no questions.
I have a couple. In regard to your exception request and the process that was going on at that time, you made reference to an option being provided to relocate. By whom was that option, or by what office was that option provided?
I understood all of the directives and options provided to be coming from the governor.
Do you know, or do you recall how that option, how that message was delivered to you? How you became aware of it?
Yes, it was either in the body of an email or in a memo attached to an email sent out widely.
And at one point you were referring to one of your, I would say now former supervisors who is located in Arizona.
Yes,
Just-
Tyler Allen.
Just to be clear in my own notes, who was that supervisor?
Tyler
What was that
Allen.
person? That was Tyler. Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I just had one more question. With respect to the exception request that you applied for, was there a duration or what was the duration of the request? What was the end date of the request?
Well, my understanding was that if approved, the exception would be reviewed annually, at which time it would be reconsidered. And so I think I put, the start date being December 1, 2025, and the end date being maybe, November 30th, 2026, I would have to guess.
Thank you.
I have something further. Just one follow-up question, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So how do you know that the 3 Vermont employees had their exception request denied?
That was told to me in confidence by my supervisor, Tyler Allen.
And did he tell you who denied those requests?
I believe he said the secretary's office because, you know, it was when I was telling him I was considering resigning because of fear of being laid off that he said to me, you know, the in-state Vermonters, their exception requests had been denied at the secretary level, but that ours had been approved, and to like keep being positive about the hope that maybe our exception would be approved by the Agency of Administration or Agency of Human Services.
Are you aware whether an exception request that is not supported by this agency secretary, if that is the final say, or if it goes up for further review to, let's say, the Secretary of Administration?
It was my understanding that it was like a multi-tiered process, and so that if it didn't get approved at the secretary's level, then it was dead in the water, I guess you could say. That was how I interpreted the messaging.
But you don't know for sure whether denials at the agency secretary level do have to be subject to further review by the exceptions review team or the Secretary of Administration.
I'm not sure.
Thank you. And that's all that's got.
Thank you, Ms. Trimboli. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you give me 1 minute, we have our witness that I need to notify and hop on. And it should be our last of the day.
Is that a remote?
She is. She's.
Mine's telling us her name or?
Yes, of course. So the VSEA calls Bethany Ledoux.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ledoux.
Hi there.
My name is David Boulanger. I'm going to swear you in as a witness and give you some instruction before your testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under pains or penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And some instructions. Unless directed by me as the Labor Relations Board chairperson, when you are testifying, there should be no one else in the room with you, and there should be no one in your location able to overhear your testimony. You may not consult with anyone during testimony. You should have access to the exhibits about which you will be testifying. You should not look at or make reference to notes or any other documents or materials other than the exhibit to which you are testifying, unless allowed to do so by the board. Any devices used by you in testifying should be used only to view the exhibit to which you are testifying.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. We'll
Thank you.
begin.
Okay, hi, Bethany. I'm a little clumsy here because you're actually on a large screen to my right. So I apologize if I'm looking up. Yes, right over to the left. But I'll try to focus on you so it seems more natural. Okay, Ms. Ledoux, what do you do professionally?
I am a health programs administrator with the Department of Vermont Health Access, specifically within the Health Access Eligibility and Enrollment Unit.
And is that that division or excuse me, department? It's called DEVA for DEVA.
Correct.
Right. And how long have you held that position?
This specific position I was hired for in March of 2022. But I was hired with the department within this unit. We call it Hey You in August of 2020.
And was August of 2020, was that the first time that you worked for the state of Vermont?
Correct.
And the Hey You acronym stands for?
Yes, can you tell us?
Health Access, Eligibility, and Enrollment Unit.
And so let's start actually with your current position. Can you kind of give us a broad overview of what your, daily tasks are for your current position?
Sure. So the official title that I have is Health Programs Administrator. But what I actually do, I'm the lead trainer for the Assister program. The Assister program has assisters all over the state of Vermont. I believe our count is in the 160s right now. So I support those 160 assisters across the state to help Vermonters enroll into and maintain their health insurance. I provide bi-weekly trainings on various topics related to state-based health insurance for this group of individuals. They're located at different hospitals and community organizations. We have folks at homeless shelters, free clinics, things like that. So I support those folks throughout the state of Vermont.
So you used a term called assisters, and so break that down for us. What is an assister?
An assister is somebody who applies for this assister program, which came about during the start of the Affordable Care Act. Folks needed to have multiple ways to apply for and enroll into health insurance, and in person with these assisters was one of those methods that had to be implemented. So in Vermont, our program is pretty grassroots, but these are people we have, as I said, folks that work in homeless shelters, folks that work at food shelves, really anywhere that you could connect with someone in need assistance. And these assisters help Vermonters to enroll into and maintain and answer questions about their health insurance, state-based health insurance, that is.
And you testified that there are about 160 of these assisters.
Correct.
And are they located in one area of Vermont or across Vermont?
They are in every corner of Vermont. We currently have assisters in all 14 counties. All of the hospitals in the state of Vermont, as well as different provider offices and community organizations, but present in all 14 counties.
And are these assisters state of Vermont employees, or they're not state of Vermont employees?
They, for the most part, are not state of Vermont employees. We do have some assisters who are state of Vermont employees. There was just a project for Department of Corrections staff to become assisters, to screen those that are incarcerated for Medicaid while they are incarcerated. So we do have some at the Department of Corrections, as well as within, we just trained some at the Vermont Psychiatric Hospital. For the most part, though, they are not state of Vermont employees.
And can you give me a little insight into how you might interact with these assisters? What mechanism do you use in order to communicate with the assisters?
Largely, it's the Teams platform. Because assisters are located in every corner of the state, it is almost entirely virtual meetings. We host our biweekly webinar via Teams every other Wednesday. We send out an informational newsletter on opposite Wednesdays, and the initial kind of onboarding training for assisters is done virtually for the most part as well. So almost entirely virtual.
And now I want to talk to you a little bit about who you interact with in your job from DIVA. So within your department, who do you interact with in your daily tasks?
A lot of what we do is within our own small team. We're kind of an offshoot. The assister program sits within the communications team within the HAYU unit. So a lot of our interactions are just with our fellow folks on the communications team. There are 7 of us. And then intermittently, we will take trainings with the training team. We will communicate with different members of the operations team to solve problems. We've done some work with the notices team. There's a couple different routes that we go there.
And when you interact with the communications team, how do you generally do that?
Virtually.
Do you happen to know where the communications team is physically located when they do their work?
When they do their work currently, or when they do their work in office?
You tell me. So what's how, where would they, if they were in office, where is the communications team located?
We're located, our office seats are at 150 Pilgrim Park in Waterbury. And then we're actually pretty spread out across the state within our team.
Okay, so where are you located? Where do you live, I should say?
I'm located I live in Swanton, Vermont.
And then do you know of any of your other communications team members where they're located?
One member's in Middlesex, one is in Jericho, one is in Charlotte, one is in Lincoln and Heinsberg and maybe Stowe.
Okay, I want to take.
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for that clarification. So I want to take you back to when you were hired in August of 2020. If you were in office, where was your physical location at that time?
Our physical location was at 150 Pilgrim Park when I was hired in August of 2020. But at that time, our unit was not located in office. Everyone was still at home for COVID.
And so when you were hired in August of 2020, when was the first time that you had an in-office requirement for your work? I should say after your, or if you had any other orientation, past an orientation, if that is the case.
Past orientation, I believe it was like during the holiday season, the end of 2020, maybe the start of 2021, but I'm not entirely certain on that. It was fairly soon after. We were required to be in office twice a week.
And did the expectation of that in-office work ever change for you?
Yes. It was twice per week for a little while. It then was reduced to once per week, and then eventually was reduced again to once per month.
So do you remember when it was, and by the way, what position were you in at the time that it was once per week?
Once per week, I was in this position, health programs administrator.
And do you recall if that once per week was by your request or not from your request?
It was not my request. No, it's just what the unit was doing.
And so who told you that you were going to be going to once per week of an in-office requirement?
I don't remember the exact person that told me, but it was our unit's leadership. So I would say within my own team, it would be the director of customer communications.
And I'm sorry if you already said this. Do you remember when you went to the once per week requirement?
I don't recall exactly when that was. I believe that it was around when I was hired for this position, so early 2022.
And then you had testified that that changed again. What your in-office requirement was. What was that change?
Again, it changed. It reduced. We were in office once a week, and then it reduced to once per month that we were in office.
Do you remember when that change happened?
Not entirely, no. I believe it was like mid 2023. I believe I had come back from my maternity leave, and it was being implemented then.
And was that by that once a month change? Was that by your request or not by your request?
No, that was again just our unit leadership saying this is what we're doing.
All right, I believe that you've already testified about your living situation currently. Can you, so what town do you live in again?
I live in Swanton, Vermont.
And about how far away is Swanton, Vermont from Waterbury?
It is just about 60 minutes door to door from my house to my office, and that is without traffic or without any weather conditions.
And have you since you started working with the state of Vermont, have you always lived in Swanton?
No, when I was hired, I was living in South Burlington, which was much closer to the Waterbury office location.
And when did you move to Swanton?
We bought our house in July of 2024.
Did you tell anyone at Diva that you were moving to Swanton?
Yeah, it was, a topic of conversation amongst my team that I was house hunting and excited about it. And so when our offer was accepted, I also shared that news with my team.
Did that include management?
The management or the senior leadership member on our team, yes. The director of customer. He's the director of customer communications. His name's Zach Goss.
And did did Director Goss raise any issues with you moving an hour away from Waterbury?
He did not. He was excited for me.
And did you try to relocate closer to Waterbury?
Yes. House hunting is not for the weak. We looked in the Waterbury area. We looked in the Chittenden County area. We also looked elsewhere in Franklin County.
And what prevented you from getting a house closer to Waterbury?
Mostly cost. Unfortunately, housing is incredibly expensive. So what we were able to afford was in Franklin County.
Do you recall any time that you've been working for DIVA, whether you memorialized a telework agreement?
Yes, I have completed a telework agreement with my work at DIVA, but it has not been for a long time. The last one that I completed was in 2022, and then it expired in 2023.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to August of 2025. Okay. When, if ever, were the expectations about your in-office requirements? Well, I'm sorry, let me back up for just 1 second. How often were you required to come to the Waterbury complex as of July of 2025?
Once per month.
And was that were you the only one, or were other people coming in on the same day as you?
That was the whole team. The whole unit was required once per month. Each individual team had different days that they would come in. But one team would go in and have their in-office day.
So in August, directing your attention to August 2025, were you made aware of any expectations changing about your in-office requirement?
Yes, we received an email from Secretary Clark stating that our in-office expectations. Sorry, there's an echo. It's really distracting. Our in-office expectations were being changed to 3 days per week in office.
Why 3 days per week?
I'm not entirely sure of the reasoning why. We were told there would be increased collaboration with other teams and other departments.
Do you work with other departments?
No, not really. Occasionally we will collaborate on a training of some sort.
When you say occasionally, how often would you collaborate with another team for training?
I would say maybe quarterly.
All right, I'm going to share a document on my screen, so give me just a second here. Thank you for your patience. I'm showing you it's been admitted into the record as VSEA Exhibit 59. I'm going to scroll through it, Bethany. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this?
This is the original notification from Secretary Clark about the in-office requirements, and then a follow-up from Secretary Samuelson clarifying the message of Secretary Clark.
And did you received a copy of this?
Correct, yes.
Now, when you say clarifying, or first, Who is Jenny Samuelson?
That is the Secretary of the Agency of Human Services.
And when you say that Samuelson was clarifying, what exactly do you mean by that?
The original communication from Secretary Clark let us know that we would need to have 3 in-office days, but it did not clarify if that was 3 days per month, 3 days per week, 3 days per year. Secretary Samuelson clarified that it would be 3 days per week in office.
Did you have any issues with this change?
Absolutely. This change greatly affects both my professional and my personal life. And really
You go ahead.
erodes my
Tell me
trust.
about. Let's take them in turn. Let's start with your professional life. How does it affect your professional life?
Professionally, I'm a trainer, so I am giving trainings often, and I need a quiet space to do that. The rest of my unit, or the majority of my unit, is a call center, and I have not been assigned an office because of space constraints. So finding a space to be able to deliver a training that is accessible to the folks I need to deliver that training to is incredibly difficult.
And so tell us a little bit more. Why is it difficult?
In a call center environment, there's a lot of noise. The office space at 150 Pilgrim Park is all cubicles, and the walls of those cubicles are not very high. So if there are multiple people on the phone, as in, a call center would be, there's a lot of background noise going on. It is hard to concentrate. I don't have the privacy that I need in order to effectively deliver that training and effectively do my job.
And you also mentioned that this was that there was some personal impact for you. Can you talk about that with me?
Yeah, childcare is a huge issue. Prior to October of 2025, I had part-time childcare secured in the Franklin County area, fairly close to my home. October is when that daycare facility, it was an in-home facility, burned down. So I then did not have daycare for those part-time days where my son was at this facility. We've been able to kind of piecemeal some family help together to cover childcare, but there are no other options for childcare in this area currently. So it's a huge strain on us trying to figure out what we're going to do, especially if I need to now commute 1 hour one way.
And so why is it a strain for you to commute, I guess 2 hours round trip to go into in office?
If there were openings in childcare facilities around me, none of them, or very few of them, open at a time when I would need to drop my son off, or close at a time when I could pick up my son. With the hour commute, I would have to leave my house prior to 7 a.m., drop him off, which, child drop-offs are not always quick and easy. So to be able to get to Waterbury for 8 o'clock and then fulfill my 8-hour workday, drive home, by the time all of that is taking place with the increased traffic and weather conditions, it's possible that it's 6:30 by the time I'm actually picking my son up from daycare.
And are there go ahead, I'm sorry.
Facilities aren't open that late. It's just, it's stressful.
And so, why can't you find a daycare facility outside of Swanton area for Franklin County, as you say, on your way to the office?
I think practicality, if there are days that I am teleworking, it doesn't make sense to, drop my son off in South Burlington and then drive back to Swanton. And the family members that I have helping out, they're doing me a huge favor, and they don't travel outside of Franklin County that often. So having them try to pick him up, anywhere in Chittenden County, somewhere in Washington County, like it does not make sense. It doesn't work for our family.
So, let's start with the professional aspect of this issue. Did you have any discussions with any of your managers about the professional impact to comply with this mandate?
Yes, I think that this has been a constant discussion within our team, within our unit, of what's happening and how to handle that and still get our work done. How do we comply with this? How do we make it work in a space where it's really hard to make it work?
And how about your personal impact? Have you discussed that with any of your managers?
Yes, I have. My management, my direct supervisor and the director of customer communications, he is the supervisor on our team. Both have encouraged me to fill out the exception request form for the in-office mandate due to the childcare conundrum.
And did you? So tell me about what were you told about the exceptions process?
We were told initially that there was going to be an exception form, but it had not been created yet. There were processes for submitting that form, but those also had not been created yet. So we kind of got it in steps.
And do you remember how far? Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, please.
Do you remember how far after the governor's order was issued that your management structure talked to you about this exceptions process?
As soon as we knew that it was an option, it was talked about. I think I was encouraged by my supervisors because of my childcare situation. But it was also just talked about at team meetings. You can file for this exception. You can file for an alternate work schedule. There were a few different options, and they were routinely talked about.
Were there any other reasons that you could apply or that you discussed of being able to apply for an exception other than your childcare situation?
For me personally?
Yes.
I mean, the commute time, I could have filed an
Did your
exception
management
for
tell
that.
you that that was an acceptable? I'm sorry. Did your management tell you that that was a reason that you could apply for an exception?
I don't recall that conversation. The conversations that I was involved in were more targeted towards childcare, but also keeping in mind the lengthy commute that I have. And then the other reasons for submitting an exception were also put on the table for the whole team.
And what were those reasons that you could have for filing an exception? What was your understanding of what were the acceptable reasons for filing an exception?
The two that I have already talked about, childcare and commuting. Some folks don't have access to transportation. If they use public transportation to get to the Waterbury office. Some folks have elders that they take care of, whether it's an elderly parent. I'm sorry, this echo is very distracting.
Okay. We've tried to fix it and we can't.
And then different, mental health conditions, super high anxiety, for example.
So is it your understanding? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Is it your understanding that there are limited or unlimited reasons that you could apply for an exception?
It's my understanding that it's unlimited to apply for an exception.
And is there any end date that for your exception request, like when it would expire?
We were told that we could put a June 30th date, and that is when that would expire.
And so what's the significance of the June 30th date for you?
I mean, that's kind of when a decision has to be made. I think in my position, if I cannot extend my exception, I don't know if I can continue my employment because of these in-office requirements.
And have you heard whether your exceptions request has been approved or denied?
I have not heard anything about my exceptions request.
Now, you're currently continuing to work remotely, except for one day a month. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And is that because of your exceptions or for another exception request or for another reason?
That is for another reason. There's not enough space at 150 Pilgrim Park for all of the teams that need to be located there.
Okay, so what have you been told about? Go ahead. What have you been told about the space and how it can accommodate your team?
For a while, we really weren't told anything. There then were talks about other leases being looked for within the Waterbury area. And then eventually additional leases were secured also on Pilgrim Park for our department. There was an economic services division. Sorry, I just need to take a second for the echo. There was an economic services division unit that was on the third floor of 150 Pilgrim Park. Before we could return to office, they needed to relocate. There's also some shuffling that needed to happen at the Waterbury State Office complex. Some of our department was located there and is now moving to the new leases. Those new office spaces have not yet been furnished, and we cannot return until that happens. So originally it was going to be February is what we were told, late January, early February. It has now been pushed to mid-March. But we don't have a definite date of return yet.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Ms. Jen.
Thank you. Ms. Lejeune, my name is Wendy Chen. I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing the state. And I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Um, So you started working for the state of Vermont in August of 2020, is that right?
Correct.
And would you agree that it's your responsibility as a state employee to know and follow the state's policies and procedures?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the state's telework policy, so policy number 11.9?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that you did ask to telework and fill out some telework forms at least a couple of times during your employment?
Correct.
And the state approved all of those requests?
Yes.
And did you understand that under the policy, that telework was a privilege that the state could revoke at any time?
Yes.
I believe you testified that after your telework forms or agreements had expired, that you continued to telework other than once a month. Is that right?
Yes. So our telework agreement expired in 2023, the last one that I completed. And I continued to work without an updated telework agreement to present day.
And I believe you testified that you didn't sort of initiate the conversation to go to once per month from once per week. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ask if you could work on site more than once a month?
It was an option.
It was an option?
Yes. We were required to be in office once a month, and if we wanted to work in the office more often, we were able to do so.
Did you want to work in the office more often than once a month?
I wouldn't say that I wanted to, but there were certain job duties that made it easier to do from the office.
So did you actually go to work on site more than once a month, even if you weren't required to?
Not often, but yes.
Great, those are all my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
No redirect.
I just had some clarifying questions.
Some questions from the board and the executive director.
Okay.
Sorry. No. So during, after August 2025, when there was the notification that folk would need to return to the office, you had said it was a constant subject. The consequence of that, or how to deal with that, was a subject at Teams meetings. Who was the supervisor, or was there a supervisor or a director at on those Teams calls?
Sure. So there was within our individual, small team meetings, that was the director of customer communication, Zach Goss. Within our Hey You all staff meetings where it was talked about, it was the director of our unit, Dan Fay. We also occasionally got communications from the commissioner of the Department of Vermont Health Access, Deshaun Groves.
And what were the communications or the comments made by either Sean Groves, Dan Fay, or Zach Goss, if you can recall.
Comments in what fashion? Just about return to office?
Yeah, about return to office, and you had, I understood that during Teams meetings, there was conversation about folks who may have had issues about either commuting, childcare, elder care. So did they
Yes.
comment about what were the comments in response to those needs or situations that might prompt an exception, or whether they would qualify as an exception?
So a lot of the comments that were made were really just updates and information sharing. Understandably, we all had a lot of questions about what this would look like and how it would be implemented. And that's where we brought them, was team meetings. Within our smaller team, Zach really didn't have any answers other than what was being shared at a higher level. So the conversation about not having enough space for our unit was brought up fairly early. And at that time, we didn't have answers. It was more just, this is what we're trying to address. This is what we're talking about at the leadership level. In our smaller team meetings, when we brought our concerns, specifically, I brought my concerns about childcare and commute, and those were heard. And that's when, Zach was like, there are these exceptions. You can apply for an exception. For a period of time, we really didn't know what would be approved, and really still don't know what will be approved as an exception. But that was always offered as a solution and encouraged team members to fill it out if they so chose. And I would say, honestly, the same type of conversation took place within our entire unit at our all staff meetings of, hey, this is the information that we have. Here's the exception request. I forget the name of the other request that could be submitted. But it was more an offering of, here's the information we have, and here are the steps that you can take.
Okay. Going to the facility at 150 Pilgrim Park, you had said that your cubicle, or if you were to, had you ever, when you went there, you were working next to a call center, is that correct?
So yes, if we are all there on the same day and the office is full, I was stationed next to the call center.
And how many people work at the call center?
I don't know an exact number. I believe it's around like 170 is the total of our unit. But the exact breakdown, I'm not sure.
Okay. Just might have one more question. And just to be clear, your department, your department falls under the Agency of Human Services, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Ms. Phelps? Questions?
I have no questions.
I have one, Ms. Ledoux. You spoke of the in-office requirement going from, I think, 2 times a week down to one time a week and now down to once a month. Over how much time did that progression, if we can call it that, take place? And were there reasons given along the way for the reduction in in-office requirements?
So it definitely took place over the course of, I would say, a few months. Maybe a year to go from 2 days a week to once a month. But I don't recall specific reasoning as to why that decision was made. It just kind of was. We were told that all of our desk space would be turned into hotel space, and nobody would have, their own desk anymore. But there was no clarification, I would say, as to why that was.
In the context of your work or that environment, what does hotel space mean?
Hotel space just means that it is a desk and it has a mouse and a keyboard and another monitor and a docking station so that whoever can go in and hook up their laptop to it, and it is a full workstation.
So it's not assigned to a particular employee.
Correct.
Thank you. No other questions?
Just one.
One follow-up from Ms. Chen.
Thank you. Do you know what the space configuration was set up at the new space for Depot is?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question. Could you repeat that?
Yes. Do you know what the setup, the space setup and configuration in the newly leased space is?
The newly leased Pilgrim Park spaces?
Yes, that I think you testified now the timeline is to move in mid-March.
Correct, yes. I'm not entirely sure of the newly leased configuration. I do know that our team is going to remain at 150 Pilgrim Park, so I'll be in the same physical location that I was in before.
And do you know if that space will be reconfigured at all, or if the layout will be exactly the same?
I don't know for sure. I'm assuming that it will be the same. But I know that they are currently doing work. They didn't allow us back to the office for a period of time because work was being done. But I don't know what work was being done.
Thank you, Ms. Ledoux.
Thank you.
Ms. Ledoux, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Awesome. Thank you all.
Thank you, Leanne.
With that, the union rests its case.
And I understand we'll wait till tomorrow to go forward with the state.
Yes, the state would propose waiting until the time.
No objection.
Objection?
None.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.